The last sunset in Alba. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a time when the world was vast and unknown. When the line between myth and reality blurred like morning mist over ancient hills. Close your eyes and let me take you back over 1,000 years to the Scottish Highlands in the year 987, where our story begins with a girl who didn't yet know that her quiet life was about to change forever. Her name was Astrid McBride, though she wouldn't keep that name for long. She was 12 years old, with hair the color of autumn leaves, and eyes like the deep locks that reflected the highland sky. But tonight, as she sat at her mother's loom in their stone cottage, she was simply a weaver's daughter, her small fingers dancing across the threads with a skill that belied her young age. The cottage was warm and filled with the gentle rhythm of the loom. Outside, the highland wind whispered through the heather, carrying with it the scent of peat smoke and the distant bleating of sheep. Astrid's mother, Moira, hummed an old Celtic tune as she worked, her voice blending with the soft click-clack of the wooden shuttle passing back and forth through the warp threads. "Tell me again about the patterns, Mother," Astrid said softly, her voice barely audible above the loom's gentle music. She loved these evening conversations, when the world outside grew dark and their small home became a cocoon of warmth and stories. Moira smiled, her weathered hands never pausing in their work. "Each pattern tells a story, my dear one. This one here," she pointed to a complex interlacing of blue and green threads, "represents the marriage of sea and sky, and this," her finger traced a spiraling design, "is the endless knot of life, death, and rebirth." Astrid nodded, committing every detail to memory. She had been learning the weaver's art since she could barely walk, and already her work rivaled that of women twice her age. But it wasn't just the technical skill that made her special. It was the way she seemed to understand the deeper meaning behind each pattern, as if the ancient symbols spoke to something deep within her soul. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Astrid's father, Cormac, sat nearby, carving a new shuttle from a piece of ash wood. His hands were large and calloused, more suited to wielding a sword than crafting delicate tools, but he worked with surprising gentleness. There was something about her father that had always puzzled Astrid, the way his eyes would sometimes grow distant when he looked toward the sea, or how he would unconsciously touch the silver arm ring he always wore, hidden beneath his sleeve. "Father," Astrid said, setting down her shuttle for a moment, "why do you never speak of your family? Mother tells stories of her grandmother and the old ways, but you're like a man with no past." Cormac's hands stilled on the wood, and for a moment the only sound was the crackling of the fire and the distant call of a night bird. When he looked up, his eyes held a sadness that Astrid had never noticed before. "Some pasts are better left buried, little one," he said finally. "What matters is the life we build together, here and now." But Astrid saw the way her parents exchanged glances, a silent communication that spoke of secrets shared and burdens carried. She was young, but she wasn't naive. She knew there were things about her father that remained hidden, like treasures buried beneath the earth. The next morning dawned clear and bright, with that particular quality of highland light that made everything seem touched by magic. Astrid woke to the sound of her mother singing as she prepared the morning meal, oat cakes and honey with fresh milk still warm from their cow. The routine was as familiar as breathing, and Astrid took comfort in its predictability. After breaking their fast, she helped her mother tend to their small garden behind the cottage. They grew flax for making linen, along with herbs for cooking and healing, rosemary and thyme, chamomile and meadowsweet. Astrid loved the feel of the earth beneath her fingers, the way the plants seemed to respond to her touch with unusual vigor. "You have the green gift," her mother often said, watching as Astrid coaxed reluctant seedlings to life. "It runs in the women of our line, back to the days when the old gods still walked the earth." As they worked, Astrid became aware of a strange tension in the air, like the feeling before a thunderstorm. The birds had grown quiet, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. She looked up to see her father standing at the edge of their property, his hand shading his eyes as he gazed toward the coast. "What is it, Father?" she called, but he didn't answer. Instead, he turned and walked quickly back to the cottage, his face grim. "Moira," he said urgently, "gather what you can. We need to leave. Now." "What's wrong?" Astrid's mother asked, but she was already moving, her hands reaching for the bag they kept packed for emergencies, a bag Astrid had never questioned until now. "Ships," Cormac said simply. "Dragon ships on the horizon." The word hit Astrid like a physical blow. Vikings. She had heard the stories, whispered around winter fires, tales of fierce warriors from the north who came like wolves from the sea, taking what they pleased and leaving only ash and sorrow behind. But those were just stories, weren't they? Things that happened to other people, in other places. "How long do we have?" Moira asked, her voice steady despite the fear Astrid could see in her eyes. Not long enough," Cormac replied, and now Astrid could hear it too. The distant sound of horns echoing across the water, carried on the morning wind. They moved with practiced efficiency, and Astrid realized with a chill that her parents had prepared for this day. The packed bag, the quick, sure movements, the way her father went immediately to a hidden cache beneath the floorboards, and withdrew a sword that gleamed with deadly purpose. This was not their first encounter with Viking raiders. "Astrid," her mother said, pressing a small bundle into her hands. "Take this and run to the old stone circle on the hill. Hide there until the danger passes." "I won't leave you," Astrid said, her voice shaking. "You will," her father said firmly, and for the first time in her life, she heard the voice of command in his tone. Not the gentle father she knew, but someone else entirely. "You will run, and you will survive, because that is what we do. We endure." He knelt before her, his hands on her shoulders, and she saw tears in his eyes. "Remember the patterns your mother taught you. Remember the stories. And remember that you are stronger than you know." The sound of the horns was growing closer now, accompanied by the rhythmic splash of oars cutting through water. Astrid wanted to argue, wanted to stay and fight beside her parents, but something in her father's eyes told her that this was not a choice. It was a command born of love and desperation. She ran. Her feet flew over the familiar paths of her childhood, past the stream where she had caught her first fish, past the oak tree where she had carved her name with her father's knife. Behind her, she could hear shouts and the clash of metal on metal, but she didn't look back. She couldn't. The stone circle was ancient, older than memory. A ring of standing stones that had watched over the highland hills since before the Romans came. Astrid had always felt safe there, surrounded by the weathered guardians that seemed to hum with old power. She pressed herself against the largest stone, clutching the bundle her mother had given her, and tried to make herself invisible. From her hiding place, she could see smoke rising from the direction of her village. Not just her cottage, but all of them. the entire settlement was burning. The Vikings had come not just to raid, but to destroy, to wipe away any trace of the life she had known. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. Time seemed to stretch and compress like heated metal. The sounds of battle faded, replaced by an ominous silence that was somehow worse than the noise had been. Astrid waited, her heart hammering against her ribs until the sun began to sink toward the western horizon. Finally, she crept from her hiding place and made her way back down the hill. What she found there would haunt her dreams for years to come. The village was gone, not just burned, but systematically destroyed, as if the Vikings had wanted to erase every trace of the people who had lived there. Bodies lay scattered in the ruins, and Astrid had to force herself to look, to search for the faces she loved most in the world. She found her mother first, lying beside the loom that had been her pride and joy. Moira's face was peaceful, almost as if she were sleeping, but the spreading pool of blood beneath her told a different story. Astrid knelt beside her, tears streaming down her face, and gently closed her mother's eyes. Her father was nowhere to be found. As she knelt there in the ruins of her life, Astrid became aware that she was not alone. Footsteps crunched on the debris behind her, and she turned to see a tall figure silhouetted against the dying light. A Viking warrior, his mail shirt gleaming, his beard braided with silver rings. "So," he said in accented Gaelic, "one little bird escaped the net." Astrid tried to run, but her legs wouldn't obey her. She was frozen, like a rabbit caught in the gaze of a hunting hawk. The warrior approached slowly, his hands empty but ready, and she could see that he was studying her with the calculating gaze of someone appraising valuable goods. "You're coming with us, girl," he said, not unkindly. "Your weaving days in these hills are over." As rough hands lifted her and carried her toward the waiting ships, Astrid clutched the bundle her mother had given her. Inside, she knew, were the most precious things her family owned. Not gold or silver, but something far more valuable. The patterns, the stories, the memories of who she had been before the world changed forever. The last thing she saw as the dragon ship pulled away from the Scottish coast was the stone circle on the hill, the ancient guardians standing silent watch over a land that would never be the same. And in that moment, as the familiar shores faded into darkness, Astrid McBride began to die, and someone new began to be born. The ship rocked gently on the swells, and despite her terror, Astrid found herself lulled by the rhythm of the waves. Around her, the Vikings spoke in their harsh northern tongue, their voices blending with the creak of rope and timber. She didn't understand their words, but she understood their tone, the casual discussion of men who had just completed a successful day's work. One of them, a younger man with kind eyes, offered her a piece of dried fish and a skin of water. She wanted to refuse, to spit in his face and tell him what she thought of his people. But her body betrayed her. She was hungry and thirsty, and survival, she was beginning to learn, sometimes required swallowing one's pride along with one's food. As the night deepened and the stars emerged overhead, Astrid found herself thinking about the patterns her mother had taught her. Each one told a story, Moira had said, and now Astrid was beginning to understand that her own life was becoming a pattern too, a weaving of loss and hope, of endings and beginnings that would stretch across years and oceans she couldn't yet imagine. The ship sailed north through the darkness, carrying her away from everything she had ever known, and toward a future that waited like an unfinished tapestry, its final design still hidden in the mind of the weaver. and in the depths of her grief and fear, Astrid felt something else stirring, a spark of the same strength that had allowed her ancestors to survive ice ages and invasions, famines and plagues. She was a Highland girl, daughter of weavers and warriors, and she would not be broken easily. The pattern of her new life was just beginning. Chains of silver, hearts of iron. Hey guys, tonight we continue Astrid's journey as she awakens to find herself in a world completely transformed. The gentle rhythm of highland streams has been replaced by the harsh cry of seabirds and the salt tang of northern fjords. Let me take you now to Bergen, Norway, where our young Celtic girl must learn to navigate not just a new language, but an entirely new way of being. The first thing Astrid noticed when consciousness returned was the cold. Not the clean, crisp cold of Highland mornings, but a damp, bone-deep chill that seemed to seep through stone and timber alike. She lay on a bed of straw in what appeared to be a storage room, her wrists bound with leather cords that had been tied with surprising gentleness. Through a small window high above, pale northern light filtered down, carrying with it the sounds of a bustling settlement. Her captors had left her the bundle her mother had pressed into her hands during those final, desperate moments. With trembling fingers, she unwrapped the cloth to reveal its contents. A small silver brooch in the shape of a Celtic knot, a handful of seeds from their garden, and something that made her heart catch in her throat. A piece of her mother's weaving, no larger than her palm, but containing within its threads the most complex pattern Moira had ever created. As she traced the intricate design with her fingertip, Astrid felt a strange calm descend over her. The pattern seemed to pulse with life, each thread telling part of a story that stretched back through generations of Highland women. Her mother's voice echoed in her memory. The patterns remember, even when we forget. The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted her reverie. The door opened to admit a woman unlike any Astrid had ever seen. She was tall and broad-shouldered, with hair the color of winter wheat braided with silver wire. Her dress was rich, wool-dyed, deep blue, and at her throat gleamed a necklace of amber beads that caught the light like trapped sunfire. "So," the woman said in accented but clear Gaelic, "you are awake. Good. I am Sigrid, wife to Jarl Eric Bloodaxe, and you now belong to this household." Astrid tried to speak, but her throat was dry as parchment. Sigrid noticed and poured water from a clay pitcher into a wooden cup, holding it to Astrid's lips with surprising gentleness. "Drink," she commanded. "Then we will talk." The water was sweet and cold, tasting of mountain springs. As it soothed her throat, Astrid found her voice. "My parents, are they dead?" Sigrid said bluntly, but not without kindness. The men brought back word. "Your father fought well. He took 3 of our warriors with him before he fell. That is why you live, girl. Eric respects courage, even in his enemies." The words hit Astrid like physical blows, but she had already known the truth in her heart. Still, hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a way that felt like drowning. She closed her eyes and let the grief wash over her, not fighting it, but allowing it to flow through her like water through a sieve. "What is your name, child?" Sigrid asked after a moment. "Astrid," she whispered. "Astrid McBride." Astrid. Sigrid tested the name on her tongue. That is a good Norse name. It means divine star. Perhaps the Norns have a sense of humor after all. She untied the leather cords binding Astrid's wrists, rubbing circulation back into her hands with practiced efficiency. "You are thrall now, but not slave." there is a difference, though you may not understand it yet. You will work, yes, but you will also eat, sleep warm, and be protected under this roof. Many have lived worse lives as free folk. Astrid wanted to spit, to rage, to tell this Norse woman exactly what she thought of her protection and her thraldom. But something in Sigrid's manner, a certain weary wisdom, perhaps, or the way she handled Astrid's bonds with the care of someone who had once worn them herself, stayed her tongue. "Can you weave?" Sigrid asked, and Astrid nodded. "Good. We have great need of skilled hands. The winter is coming, and there are many mouths to feed and bodies to clothe." She led Astrid from the storage room through a maze of corridors that spoke of wealth and power. The walls were hung with tapestries that rivaled anything Astrid had seen in her homeland, their colors rich and deep, their patterns telling stories of gods and heroes, battles and voyages. The floors were covered with rushes that had been scattered with sweet herbs, and oil lamps flickered in iron sconces, casting dancing shadows that made the tapestried figures seem almost alive. They emerged into a great hall that took Astrid's breath away. The ceiling soared overhead, supported by massive oak beams carved with intricate designs. A fire pit in the center of the room crackled with logs thick as a man's waist, and the smoke rose through a hole in the roof to the gray sky beyond. Long tables lined the walls, and at the far end, on a raised platform, stood a high seat carved from a single piece of oak and inlaid with silver. But it was the loom that captured Astrid's attention. Set near one of the great windows where the light was best, it was larger and more complex than any she had ever seen. The frame was made of polished ash wood, and the threads stretched upon it gleamed like spun gold in the morning light. A half-finished tapestry showed a scene of ships sailing through stormy seas, the waves rendered in shades of blue and green that seemed to move in the flickering firelight. "Beautiful, is it not?" Sigrid said, following Astrid's gaze. "It was made by the finest craftsmen in all of Norway, but a loom is only wood and metal without skilled hands to bring it to life." She gestured to a group of women working at smaller looms nearby. They looked up as Sigrid approached, their faces showing varying degrees of curiosity and wariness. Most were clearly Norse, with the fair hair and pale eyes of the northern folk, but Astrid noticed that several had the darker coloring of other lands. Thralls like herself, she realized, taken from their homes and brought to serve in this alien place. "This is Astrid," Sigrid announced. "She will be working with you. Treat her as you would any new sister." One of the women, a girl perhaps a year or two older than Astrid with hair like spun copper, stepped forward. "I am Ragnhild," she said in Norse, then switched to heavily accented Gaelic. "Daughter of Eric. Welcome to our hall." There was something in the girl's manner that surprised Astrid. Not the arrogance she might have expected from a jarl's daughter, but genuine curiosity and what might even have been sympathy. Ragnhild's eyes were the pale blue of winter ice, but they held warmth that reminded Astrid, painfully, of her mother's gaze. "Thank you," Astrid managed, the words feeling strange on her tongue. She was thanking her captors, the daughter of the man who had ordered the destruction of her village. The irony was not lost on her, but survival, she was learning, required many small compromises. The days that followed blurred together in a haze of new experiences and constant adaptation. Astrid was given a sleeping place in the women's quarters, a small alcove curtained off with wool hangings that provided a measure of privacy. Her bed was a straw mattress covered with furs that were warmer and softer than anything she had known in her Highland cottage. The food was strange but plentiful. Fish and meat, thick porridge sweetened with honey, bread made from grains she couldn't identify, but it was the work that truly began to transform her. The great loom called to her like a siren song, its complex mechanism a puzzle that her mind longed to solve. Under the watchful eye of Ingeborg, the head weaver, Astrid began to learn the Norse techniques that differed subtly but significantly from the Celtic methods her mother had taught her. "Your hands know the work," Ingeborg observed on her third day, watching as Astrid's fingers moved with increasing confidence across the warp threads. "But your patterns, they are strange to us. Where did you learn such designs?" Astrid hesitated, then carefully wove a small section using one of her mother's simpler patterns, an interlacing of lines that seemed to flow like water. The Norse women gathered around to watch, their faces showing a mixture of admiration and puzzlement. "It is beautiful," Ragnhild said softly, "but I have never seen its like. What does it mean?" "It is the pattern of the endless river," Astrid explained, the words coming easier now as her Norse improved daily. "It represents the flow of life from birth to death to rebirth." "My mother said it was very old, older than memory." "Your mother was wise," Sigrid said, appearing suddenly at Astrid's shoulder. "Such knowledge should not be lost. Perhaps you could teach our weavers some of your patterns, and they could teach you ours." It was, Astrid realized, more than a suggestion. It was an opportunity, a chance to preserve something of her heritage while gaining skills that might prove valuable in this new world. She nodded slowly and saw approval in Sigrid's eyes. The exchange began the next day. Astrid shared the simpler Celtic patterns, carefully explaining their meanings and the stories behind them. In return, the Norse women taught her their own designs, the complex geometric patterns that adorned their clothing, the stylized animals that seemed to leap from the fabric, the runic symbols that carried both decorative and magical significance. But it was Ragnhild who became her closest teacher, and, surprisingly, her friend. The Jarl's daughter was fascinated by the Celtic designs, spending hours learning to replicate the flowing lines and intricate knots. In return, she taught Astrid not just weaving techniques, but the subtleties of Norse culture that would help her navigate her new life. "You must understand," Ragnhild explained one evening as they worked by lamplight. "Thralls are not slaves as you might think of them. Many of our greatest heroes were once thralls. Strength and skill are respected here, regardless of birth. And yet I am not free to leave," Astrid pointed out, her fingers never pausing in their work. "No," Ragnhild admitted, "but freedom. It is not always what it seems. I am freeborn, daughter of a Jarl, and yet I am bound by duties and expectations that you cannot imagine. Sometimes I think the thralls have more choice in their daily lives than I do." There was a wistfulness in her voice that made Astrid look up from her weaving. In the lamplight, Ragnhild's face showed a maturity beyond her years, the weight of responsibility that came with high birth in a warrior culture. "What will happen to me?" Astrid asked quietly. "Will I always be thrall?" "That depends on you," Ragnhild replied. "Prove your worth, show your loyalty, and doors may open that you do not expect. My father values skill above birth, and my mother—" She glanced toward where Sigrid sat, spinning thread with mechanical precision. "She has a soft heart for lost daughters." As the weeks passed, Astrid began to understand what Ragnhild meant. Sigrid watched her with an intensity that went beyond mere supervision of a thrall's work. There was something almost maternal in her attention, as if she saw in Astrid a reflection of some younger self. It was during the preparation for the harvest feast that Astrid first glimpsed the true complexity of her situation. The great hall was being decorated with the finest tapestries, and Sigrid had commissioned a new wall hanging to commemorate the summer's successful raids. The design was to show the dragon ships returning home laden with treasure, but the existing weavers were struggling with the technical challenges of depicting the ship's sails billowing in the wind. "Let me try," Astrid said quietly, studying the half-finished work. She could see the problem. The Norse weavers were trying to force their geometric patterns to serve a purpose they weren't designed for. But the flowing Celtic techniques she knew could capture the movement of cloth and water in ways that rigid lines never could. Working through the night, she rewove the problematic section, using a combination of Norse and Celtic techniques to create sails that seemed to pulse with life, waves that appeared to move in the firelight. When Sigrid saw the work the next morning, her face went pale. "Where did you learn to weave like this?" she demanded, her voice sharp with something that might have been fear. "My mother taught me," Astrid replied, suddenly wary. "Is something wrong?" Sigrid stared at the tapestry for a long moment, then at Astrid, her pale eyes searching the girl's face as if looking for something specific. "Your mother, what was her name?" "Moira McBride." "And your father?" "Cormac McBride. He was—" Astrid hesitated, remembering her father's mysterious past, the way he would sometimes stare toward the sea with longing in his eyes. "He was a good man." "I'm sure he was," Sigrid said softly, but there was something in her tone that suggested she knew more than she was saying. "Tell me, child, did your father ever speak of his life before he came to your Highland village?" "No," Astrid admitted. "He said some pasts were better left buried." Sigrid nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something she had suspected. "Perhaps they are. But sometimes the past refuses to stay buried, no matter how deep we dig the grave." She turned and walked away, leaving Astrid staring after her with a growing sense that there were currents flowing beneath the surface of her new life that she didn't yet understand. The tapestry hung before her, its woven ships sailing toward unknown shores, and she felt a chill that had nothing to do with the northern wind. That night, as she lay in her alcove listening to the soft breathing of the other women, Astrid unwrapped her mother's weaving and studied it by the faint light that filtered through the curtains. The pattern seemed more complex than ever, its interlacing lines forming shapes that shifted and changed as she watched. And for the first time, she began to wonder if the design held secrets that went beyond mere decoration. The silver arm ring her father had always worn, hidden beneath his sleeve. She had seen one just like it on the arm of Jarl Erik himself. The way Sigrid had reacted to her weaving, the questions about her parents, the sense that she was being watched and evaluated for reasons that had nothing to do with her skills as a thrall. Astrid closed her eyes and tried to push the thoughts away, but they clung to her mind like burrs to wool. Tomorrow she would continue learning, adapting, surviving in this strange new world. But tonight, in the darkness of her curtained alcove, she allowed herself to wonder if her father's buried past was about to rise from its grave. The pattern of her life was growing more complex with each passing day, and she was beginning to suspect that she was not the only one holding the shuttle. Other hands were at work on the loom of her destiny, weaving threads she couldn't yet see into a design whose final form remained hidden in shadow. Outside, the northern wind howled around the hall's eaves, carrying with it the scent of snow and the promise of a long winter ahead. But inside, warmed by furs and the heat of the great fire, Astrid drifted toward sleep with the sound of the loom's rhythm echoing in her dreams. The eternal song of warp and weft, of patterns emerging from chaos, of stories told in threads of silver and gold. The weaver's daughter was learning to weave a new kind of tapestry, one that would span oceans and generations, binding together the threads of two very different worlds. And though she didn't know it yet, the most important lessons were still to come. The Seidr Woman's Apprentice. Hey guys, tonight we journey deeper into the mystical heart of the Norse world, where the line between the seen and unseen grows thin as morning mist. Our story takes us now to a remote fjord, where ancient powers still stir, and where Astrid will discover that her Celtic heritage carries gifts she never imagined. Close your eyes, and let the rhythm of distant drums carry you into a world where magic is as real as the mountain stones. The summons came on a morning when the first snow dusted the peaks surrounding Bergen like powdered silver. Astrid was working at the great loom, her fingers moving in the meditative rhythm she had come to love, when Sigrid approached with an expression that mixed anticipation with something that might have been apprehension. "Pack your belongings," Sigrid said without preamble. "You are leaving Bergen today." Astrid's shuttle stilled in her hands. "Leaving? But why? Have I displeased you somehow?" "On the contrary," Sigrid replied, her pale eyes studying Astrid's face intently. "Your work has attracted attention. There is someone who wishes to meet you, someone whose word carries weight even with my husband." She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "Tell me, child, have you ever experienced dreams that felt more real than waking? Visions that came to pass? Moments when you knew things you had no way of knowing?" The question sent a chill down Astrid's spine. She thought of the times in her Highland home when she had known, without being told, that storms were coming, or that the sheep had wandered too far from the fold. Her mother had called it the sight, a gift that ran in the women of their line, but Astrid had never spoken of it to anyone in Bergen. "Sometimes," she admitted quietly. Sigrid nodded as if this confirmed something she had suspected. "Then you understand why you must go. Ingrid Ciderwife has requested your presence at her dwelling in Hardangerfjord. When such a woman calls, even jarls listen." The name sent whispers through the hall. Ingrid Ciderwife was a figure of legend even among the Norse, a practitioner of the old magic who lived apart from the world of men, consulting with spirits and weaving spells that could change the course of fate itself. That such a woman would take interest in a Celtic thrall was unprecedented. "What does she want with me?" Astrid asked, though part of her already knew the answer. "That is for her to say," Sigrid replied. "But know this, she does not call without reason. Whatever she sees in you, it is significant enough to risk my husband's displeasure at losing his finest weaver." Ragnhild appeared at Astrid's side, her face pale with concern. "How long will she be gone?" she asked her mother. "That is not for us to decide," Sigrid said gently. "The Cider woman's ways are not our ways. Time flows differently in her realm." As Astrid gathered her few possessions, the bundle from her mother, the clothes Sigrid had given her, a small eating knife that had been her first gift in the Norse lands, she felt the weight of destiny settling around her shoulders like a cloak. Ragnhild helped her pack, her usual cheerfulness subdued. "I will miss our evening talks," Ragnhild said softly. "Promise me you will return." "I promise to try," Astrid replied. though even as she spoke the words, she wondered if she would be the same person who returned, or if she would return at all. The journey to Hardanger Fjord took 3 days by horse and boat, following ancient paths that seemed to wind through landscapes untouched by time. Astrid's escort was a grizzled warrior named Thorvald, who spoke little but watched everything, his hand never far from his sword hilt. As they traveled deeper into the wilderness, the very air seemed to grow thicker, charged with an energy that made Astrid's skin tingle, and her dreams vivid beyond imagining. On the second night, camped beside a lake that reflected the stars like scattered diamonds, Astrid woke to find herself standing at the water's edge with no memory of leaving her bedroll. The lake's surface was perfectly still, and in its depths she saw not her own reflection, but the face of a woman with silver hair and eyes like deep pools of shadow. "So," the reflection said, its voice echoing strangely in the still air, "you are the one who carries the old blood in new veins. Come, child, it is time we met properly." Astrid woke with a gasp to find herself back in her bedroll, but the taste of lake water lingered on her lips, and her feet were damp with dew. Thorvald was watching her from across the dying fire, his expression unreadable. "Bad dreams?" he asked. "Something like that," Astrid replied, but she knew it had been no dream. They reached Ingrid's dwelling as the sun was setting on the third day, painting the fjord in shades of gold and crimson. The house was unlike anything Astrid had ever seen, built into the living rock of the mountainside, its walls seeming to grow from the stone itself. Smoke rose from a hole in the roof, and the windows glowed with warm light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Thorvald would go no further. "This is where I leave you," he said, his usual stoicism cracking slightly. "Follow the path to the door, but touch nothing else. The cider woman's protections are not kind to the uninvited." Astrid walked the final 100 yards alone, her feet following a path of smooth stones that seemed to glow faintly in the gathering dusk. The air around the house hummed with power, and she could feel invisible eyes watching her approach. Strange symbols were carved into the doorframe. Not Norse runes, but something older, more primal. Before she could knock, the door opened to reveal a woman who might have stepped from the pages of legend. Ingrid was tall and lean, with silver hair that fell to her waist and eyes that held the depth of centuries. Her dress was simple, homespun, but it was dyed with colors that seemed to shift and change in the firelight. Now deep blue like the ocean depths, now green like forest shadows, now silver like moonlight on snow. "Welcome, daughter of two worlds," Ingrid said, her voice carrying the musical cadence of one who spoke regularly with spirits. "I have been expecting you." The interior of the house was a marvel that defied its modest exterior. The single room seemed to stretch away into shadows that held more space than should have been possible. Herbs hung in bundles from the rafters, filling the air with scents both familiar and strange. A fire burned in a hearth carved from the living rock, and around it were arranged cushions and furs that invited rest. But it was the loom that dominated the space. Not a weaving loom like those Astrid knew, but something altogether more mysterious. Its frame was made of wood so old it had turned black as iron, and instead of thread, it held what appeared to be strands of light itself, shimmering and shifting in patterns that hurt to look at directly. "The web of Wyrd," Ingrid explained, following Astrid's gaze. "The loom on which the Norns weave the fates of all living things. This is but a shadow of the true web, but through it, One who has the sight can sometimes glimpse the patterns that shape our world. She gestured for Astrid to sit beside the fire, then poured tea from a pot that seemed to be made of crystallized starlight. The liquid was warm and sweet, with an aftertaste that reminded Astrid of Highland heather honey. "You wonder why I have called you here," Ingrid said, settling herself across from Astrid with fluid grace. "The answer lies in your blood, child. You carry two streams within you, the Celtic gift of sight and something else, something that calls to the old powers of the north." "I don't understand," Astrid said, though even as she spoke, she felt the truth of the woman's words resonating in her bones. "Your father," Ingrid said softly, "was not the simple Highland farmer he pretended to be. His true name was Cormac Eriksson, and he was once one of the finest cider workers of his generation. He was also my lover, before duty and fate drove us apart." The words hit Astrid like a physical blow. She set down her cup with trembling hands, her mind reeling as pieces of a puzzle she hadn't known existed began to fall into place. The mysterious arm ring, her father's distant gazes toward the sea, the way he had sometimes seemed to know things before they happened. "He never told me," she whispered. "He couldn't," Ingrid replied, her ancient eyes soft with old pain. "When he chose love over power, when he turned his back on the cider to live as a simple man, he bound himself with oaths that sealed his past away. But blood will tell, child. The gifts he carried have awakened in you." She rose and moved to a chest carved with protective runes, from which she withdrew a bundle wrapped in silk. "He left this with me before he sailed west to his new life. He said that if his child ever came to me, I should give it to them." With reverent hands, Astrid unwrapped the silk to reveal an arm ring identical to the one her father had worn, but this one was inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and change as she watched. The moment her fingers touched the silver, the world exploded into sensation. Visions flooded her mind. Her father as a young man, his eyes bright with power as he called storms and spoke with the spirits of the dead. Herself as a child, unconsciously weaving protective patterns into her mother's cloth. The moment of her birth, when the northern lights had danced across the highland sky in celebration of a child born to bridge two worlds. "The sight runs strong in you," Ingrid said, her voice seeming to come from very far away. "Stronger than it was in your father, tempered by your mother's Celtic blood. You have the potential to become one of the greatest satyr workers of our age." "I don't want power," Astrid gasped, the visions still cascading through her mind. "I just want to go home." "Home," Ingrid said sadly, "is not a place you can return to, child. It is something you must create anew, but the power, that is not something you can refuse. It is part of you now, awakened by loss and tempered by suffering. The only choice you have is whether to learn to control it or let it control you." Over the days that followed, Astrid began to understand the truth of Ingrid's words. The cider woman was a patient teacher, guiding her through the first steps of understanding the gift that had lain dormant within her. They began with simple exercises, learning to see the threads of fate that connected all living things, practicing the art of speaking with spirits, understanding the language of dreams and omens. "The Seder is not magic as the Christians understand it," Ingrid explained as they sat beside the fjord one morning, watching the mist rise from the water. "It is the art of seeing the patterns that already exist, of understanding the web that connects all things. A cider worker does not change fate. She reveals it, guides it, helps it find its proper course. Astrid found herself drawn to the practice with an intensity that surprised her. The meditative states required for Seder work reminded her of the rhythm of the loom, the way consciousness could expand and contract like breathing. But where weaving created patterns in wool and linen, Seder wove patterns in the fabric of reality itself. Her first true vision came on a night when the aurora borealis painted the sky in sheets of green and gold. She had been practicing the breathing techniques Ingrid had taught her, allowing her consciousness to drift free of her body, when suddenly she found herself standing on a shore she had never seen. The beach was covered with black sand, and strange trees grew down almost to the water's edge. Ships with red and white striped sails were pulled up on the sand, and around them, people were building houses unlike any she had ever seen, long and low, with sod roofs and walls of timber and stone. But it was the woman standing at the water's edge who captured her attention. She was tall and proud, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes like deep locks. She wore the clothing of a Norse woman, but her face was unmistakably Celtic. As Astrid watched, the woman turned and looked directly at her, and she saw her own face, aged by years and marked by experiences she couldn't imagine. "The green land calls to you," the older Astrid said, her voice carrying clearly across the impossible distance. "But first, you must learn to hear its song." The vision faded, leaving Astrid gasping on the floor of Ingrid's house. The Saider woman knelt beside her, her face grave. "What did you see?" she asked. Astrid described the vision in halting words, and Ingrid nodded slowly. "The Western lands," she murmured. "Eric the Red has established a settlement in Greenland, and his son Leif speaks of lands even further west. Your vision shows a possible future, child, one where you play a role in the great expansion of our people." "But I'm not one of your people," Astrid protested. "I'm Celtic, a thrall, You are what you choose to become," Ingrid interrupted firmly. "Blood matters, yes, but choice matters more. Your father chose to become a highland farmer. You can choose to become a cider worker, a bridge between worlds, a guide for those who would sail beyond the edge of the known." As the weeks passed, Astrid's training intensified. She learned to read the patterns in smoke and flame, to understand the language of birds and the whispers of the wind. Ingrid taught her the old songs that could call spirits from the other world, the runes that could bind or release, the herbs that could heal or harm. But perhaps most importantly, she learned about herself. The frightened girl who had been taken from her highland home was still there, but she was no longer alone. Beside her stood a young woman of power, one who could see the threads that connected all things and had the skill to pluck them like harp strings. "Your training here is nearly complete," Ingrid said one morning as they shared their simple breakfast of bread and honey. "Soon you must return to the world of men and women to test what you have learned against the challenges of ordinary life." "Will I see you again?" Astrid asked, surprised by how much the thought of leaving pained her. Ingrid had become more than a teacher. She was the closest thing to family Astrid had left. "Perhaps," Ingrid replied with a mysterious smile. "The threads of fate are complex, and they often weave patterns that surprise even those who can see them clearly. But know this, you carry a part of me with you now, just as you carry a part of your father and your mother. You are never truly alone." On her last night in the house by the fjord, Astrid had another vision. This time she saw herself standing in a great hall, but not as a thrall or even as a free woman. She wore the clothing of a wove, a cider woman of great power, and kings and jarls sought her counsel. Around her neck hung a necklace of amber and silver, and in her hands she held a staff carved with runes of binding and release. But it was the man standing beside her that made her heart race. He was tall and fair, with the bearing of a warrior and the eyes of a dreamer. In the vision, he looked at her with love and respect, and she knew without being told that he would be her partner in the great work that lay ahead. "Who is he?" she asked Ingrid the next morning. "That is not for me to say," the satyr woman replied. "Some threads of fate must be discovered, not revealed. But I will tell you this. He is closer than you think, and the meeting will come sooner than you expect." As Thorvald arrived to escort her back to Bergen, Astrid felt the weight of transformation settling around her like a cloak. She was no longer the frightened girl who had arrived at this mystical dwelling. She was a cedar worker now, trained in the old ways, carrying within her the power to see and shape the patterns of fate. The arm ring her father had left for her gleamed on her wrist, its runes pulsing with inner light. In her pack, alongside her mother's weaving and the seeds from their highland garden, she carried new treasures, herbs and stones charged with power, a small silver hammer blessed by Ingrid herself, and, most precious of all, a staff of rowan wood carved with her own personal runes. "Remember," Ingrid said as they parted, "power without wisdom is destruction, and wisdom without compassion is cruelty. You have been given great gifts, child. Use them well." As they rode away from the fjord, Astrid looked back once to see Ingrid standing in her doorway, her silver hair streaming in the wind like a banner. The satyr woman raised her hand in farewell, and for a moment Astrid could have sworn she saw wings of light spreading from her shoulders. The journey back to Bergen passed in a blur of contemplation and anticipation. Astrid found herself seeing the world with new eyes, the patterns of energy that flowed through the landscape, the spirits that dwelt in stone and stream, the threads of fate that connected every living thing in an intricate web of cause and effect. But it was the vision of the green land that haunted her dreams, and the face of the man who would stand beside her in some unimaginable future. The pattern of her life was growing ever more complex, and she was beginning to understand that her role in the great tapestry of fate was far larger than she had ever dared to imagine. The weaver's daughter had become something new, a bridge between worlds, a reader of fates, a woman of power in her own right. And, though she didn't know it yet, the greatest adventures of her life were still to come. The Merchant's Gamble. Hey guys, tonight we follow Astrid as she returns to the world of trade and politics, where her newfound powers will be tested against the harsh realities of Norse society. The mystical fjords fade behind us now as we enter the bustling world of merchants and adventurers, where fortunes are made and lost on the turn of a single decision. Close your eyes and let me take you into a world where prophecy meets commerce, and where the threads of fate are woven on the loom of human ambition. Astrid's return to Bergen was marked by a transformation that went far beyond her mystical training. Word of her time with Ingrid, Ciderwife, had spread through the settlement like ripples on still water, and she found herself regarded with a mixture of awe and wariness that made her former life as a simple thrall seem like a distant dream. Sigrid met her at the hall's entrance, her pale eyes studying Astrid's face with the intensity of one reading runes. "You have changed," she said simply. "I can see it in your bearing, hear it in your voice. Ingrid has awakened something in you." "She has taught me to see what was always there," Astrid replied, and even as she spoke, She was aware of the threads of fate swirling around Sigrid like invisible smoke. The older woman's future stretched out in multiple directions, some bright, some shadowed, all dependent on choices yet to be made. "And what do you see when you look at me?" Sigrid asked quietly. Astrid hesitated, then decided on honesty. "I see a woman standing at a crossroads, with paths leading to both great joy and great sorrow. The choice of which path to take rests with you alone." Sigrid nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something she had already suspected. "Then, perhaps it is time for me to make that choice. Come, there is someone I want you to meet." She led Astrid through the great hall, past the familiar loom where other women continued the work of weaving, past the fire pit where warriors shared tales of their exploits. But instead of stopping at the high seat where Jarl Eric normally held court, Sigrid continued to a smaller chamber behind the hall, one Astrid had never seen before. The room was clearly used for private meetings. Its walls hung with maps that showed the known world and the mysterious lands beyond. A man stood with his back to them, studying a chart that depicted the Western Ocean and the lands Eric the Red had claimed for his own. When he turned, Astrid felt a shock of recognition that had nothing to do with memory. He was perhaps 30 years old, with the red-gold hair and green eyes that marked him as Celtic, but his clothing and bearing were purely Norse. Tall and broad-shouldered, he moved with the easy confidence of a man accustomed to command. But it was something in his face, a familiar cast to his features, that made Astrid's breath catch in her throat. "This is Bjorn the Red," Sigrid said, watching Astrid's reaction carefully. "He is one of our most successful merchants, with trading routes that stretch from Iceland to Constantinople. Bjorn, this is Astrid, the young woman I told you about." Bjorn studied Astrid with eyes that seemed to look straight through to her soul. When he spoke, his voice carried the musical cadence of Gaelic beneath the harsh consonants of Norse. "So you are Cormac's daughter," he said, and the words hit Astrid like a physical blow. "You knew my father," she whispered. "I should," Bjorn replied with a smile that was both warm and sad. "He was my father, too." The revelation sent the room spinning around Astrid. She reached out blindly for support and found Sigrid's steady hand on her arm. "That's impossible," she gasped. "My father never spoke of other children." "He wouldn't have," Bjorn said gently. "I was born of his first marriage, in the days when he was still Cormac Eriksson, cider worker and warrior. When he chose to leave that life behind, he left me behind as well. I was raised by my mother's people in the Orkneys, but I always knew who my father was." He moved closer, and Astrid could see the resemblance clearly now. The same strong jaw, the same way of tilting his head when thinking, even the same habit of unconsciously touching the silver arm ring that gleamed on his wrist. "How did you know about me?" she asked. "Word travels fast among the Celtic communities," Bjorn replied. "When I heard that Cormac MacBride had been killed defending his Highland village, and that his daughter had been taken by Norse raiders, I made inquiries. It took time to trace you here, but—" He shrugged eloquently. "Family is family, regardless of the circumstances that separate us." Sigrid cleared her throat delicately. "Bjorn has made me an offer," she said. "He wishes to purchase your freedom and take you into his household as a free woman." The words should have filled Astrid with joy, but instead she felt a strange reluctance. Her time as a thrall had been difficult, yes, but it had also been a period of growth and learning. She had found friends here, discovered her powers, begun to understand her place in the larger pattern of fate. Why? she asked Bjorn. You don't know me. For all you know, I could be a burden rather than a blessing. Bjorn's smile widened. Because you are our father's daughter, and because I have need of someone with your particular gifts. My business takes me to the edge of the known world and beyond. Having a cedar worker as a partner could mean the difference between profit and disaster, between safe return and being lost forever in the western seas. You want to use my abilities for trade? Astrid asked, not sure whether to be offended or intrigued. I want to offer you a partnership, Bjorn corrected. Equal shares in the profits, equal voice in the decisions. I've been planning an expedition to the western lands for years, but I've been waiting for the right moment, the right signs. Your arrival here, your training with Ingrid Ciderwife. These are not coincidences. As he spoke, Astrid found herself seeing the threads of fate that surrounded him, and what she saw made her gasp. His future was bound up with hers in ways that went far beyond simple family connection. She saw ships sailing through unknown waters, new lands rising from the sea, peoples and cultures meeting for the first time in history. The green land, she whispered, remembering her vision in Ingrid's house. You've seen it too, Bjorn said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The land beyond Greenland, where the forests grow down to the sea, and the soil is rich enough to support great settlements. Eric the Red's son, Leif, has been there, but he lacks the vision to see its true potential. Sigrid watched this exchange with growing interest. You speak of Vinland, she said, the wineland that exists only in sailors' tales. Not tales, Bjorn said firmly. Truth. I've spoken with men who've been there, seen the timber they brought back, tasted the grapes that grow wild on its shores. But more than that, I felt it calling to me in my dreams, just as our father must have felt the call of the Highland Hills. Astrid closed her eyes and let her consciousness drift, seeking the patterns that would guide her decision. What she saw made her heart race. Herself standing on a shore of black sand, watching ships with striped sails approach through morning mist. The vision from her training with Ingrid, but clearer now, more detailed. I accept, she said, opening her eyes to meet Bjorn's gaze. But not just as your sister or your business partner. I accept as a cider worker who has seen the threads of fate that bind us together. This expedition you're planning, it's more important than you know. It will change the course of history itself. The negotiations for Astrid's freedom took place over the next several days, conducted with all the formality of a treaty between kingdoms. Bjorn's offer was generous. Not just the price of a skilled thrall, but compensation for the loss of Astrid's services and a substantial gift to ensure Jarl Eric's continued goodwill. But it was Ragnhild's reaction that surprised Astrid most. The Jarl's daughter sought her out on the evening before the agreement was to be finalized, her usually cheerful face marked by sadness. I'm happy for you, Ragnhild said as they sat together in the alcove that had been Astrid's home for so many months. Freedom is a precious gift, and to discover you have family, it's like something from the old stories. But, Astrid prompted, sensing there was more. But I'll miss you terribly, Ragnhild admitted. You've been like a sister to me, the sister I never had. And now you're leaving to sail to the edge of the world, and I may never see you again. Astrid felt tears prick her eyes. In all her excitement about freedom and family and the great adventure that lay ahead, she had almost forgotten the bonds she had formed in this place. You could come with us, she said impulsively. Ragnhild laughed, but there was no humor in it. A jarl's daughter, sailing off on a merchant's expedition? my father would lock me in a tower first. No, my fate lies here, in marriage alliances and political maneuvering. But yours? She looked at Astrid, with something that might have been envy. Yours lies in the unknown lands beyond the sunset. The formal ceremony of Astrid's manumission took place in the great hall, witnessed by all the household and sealed with oaths that bound both parties to honor the agreement. As Jarl Eric placed the silver arm ring of freedom on her wrist, a twin to the one her father had left her, Astrid felt the last chains of her captivity fall away. But freedom, she discovered, brought its own challenges. As a thrall, her place in the world had been clearly defined, her duties and limitations understood by all. As a free woman and business partner to one of Bergen's most successful merchants, she found herself navigating a complex web of relationships and expectations that required all her newfound wisdom to understand. Bjorn's household was a revelation in itself. Located in the merchant quarter of Bergen, it was more warehouse than home, filled with goods from across the known world. Amber from the Baltic, silk from Byzantium, furs from the far north, silver from the eastern rivers. The wealth of nations flowed through these rooms like a river of precious metal. Trade is the lifeblood of our people, Bjorn explained, as he showed her through the maze of storage rooms and workshops. We may be warriors, but we are merchants first. Every raid, every expedition, every settlement is ultimately about expanding the network of trade that keeps our civilization alive. He introduced her to his household, a mix of free men and women, thralls, and craftspeople who formed a small community dedicated to the business of commerce. There was Olaf the chronicler, who kept the accounts and could calculate profit margins in his head faster than most men could count to 10. Astrid the shipwright. They would have to distinguish between the two Astrids, Bjorn noted with amusement, who designed and built the vessels that carried Bjorn's goods across the northern seas. And, perhaps most importantly, there was Thorhild the navigator, a weathered woman who could read the stars and currents like others read runes. Each expedition is a gamble, Bjorn explained as they gathered around a table covered with maps and charts. We risk everything, ships, goods, lives, on the chance that we'll find new markets, new sources of wealth, new opportunities for profit. But the greatest gambles often yield the greatest rewards. He pointed to a section of the map that showed only empty ocean beyond the coast of Greenland. This is where we're going, he said, into the unknown, following rumors and dreams, and the visions of a cedar worker who sees patterns the rest of us can only guess at. Astrid studied the map, letting her consciousness drift into the trance state Ingrid had taught her. The empty spaces on the parchment began to fill with images, coastlines and islands, rivers and forests, peoples and cultures that existed beyond the edge of the known world. There, she said, pointing to a spot on the map that showed only blank ocean. 3 days' sail southwest of the furthest point Leif Erikson reached. There's a bay there, protected from the worst storms, with fresh water and timber for building. The soil is rich, and the hunting is good. You've seen this? Thorhild asked, her navigator's skepticism warring with her respect for the satyr arts. I've seen it, Astrid confirmed, but more than that, I've seen us there. This expedition isn't just about trade. It's about establishing the first permanent Norse settlement in the western lands. The room fell silent as the implications of her words sank in. What she was describing wasn't just a trading voyage, but a colonization effort that would require enormous resources and carry enormous risks. the profits from such a venture? Olaf began, his mind already calculating possibilities. Would be beyond anything we've ever imagined, Bjorn finished. But so would the costs. We're talking about an investment that could bankrupt us all if it fails. Or make us the wealthiest merchants in the northern world if it succeeds, Astrid pointed out. But wealth isn't the real prize here. What we're really talking about is the expansion of our people into lands that could support thousands of settlers. We're talking about changing the course of history. Over the following weeks, as winter tightened its grip on Bergen and the planning for the expedition continued, Astrid found herself settling into her new role with surprising ease. Her abilities as a cider worker proved invaluable in evaluating potential crew members, assessing the quality of goods, and predicting weather patterns that could affect their plans. But it was her growing relationship with Bjorn that surprised her most. Despite their shared parentage, they were very different people. He, the pragmatic merchant, she, the mystical seer. Yet they complemented each other in ways that went beyond simple business partnership. His practical knowledge of trade and navigation grounded her visions in reality, while her ability to see the larger patterns helped him understand the true significance of what they were attempting. "Father would be proud," Bjorn said one evening as they worked late over the expedition plans. He always said that the greatest achievements came from combining vision with practical skill. "You remember him well?" Astrid asked. She had been hungry for any details about their father's earlier life, the man he had been before he became the highland farmer she had known. "Some things," Bjorn replied. "I was only 8 when he left, but I remember his stories about the western lands, his belief that our people's destiny lay beyond the sunset. I think that's why I became a merchant, to follow the paths he dreamed of, but never had the chance to explore." As they talked, Astrid became aware of the threads of fate that connected them, not just as siblings, but as partners in something much larger than themselves. She saw their expedition succeeding, saw the settlement they would establish growing into a thriving community, saw their names remembered in the sagas for generations to come. But she also saw darker threads, storms and hardships, conflicts with the native peoples of the western lands, political opposition from those who feared the changes their success would bring. The path ahead would not be easy, but it would be glorious. "When do we sail?" she asked. "With the spring tides," Bjorn replied. "As soon as the ice breaks and the winds turn favorable. We'll have one chance to make this work. If we fail, it will be years before we can mount another expedition." "We won't fail," Astrid said with quiet certainty. "I've seen our success written in the patterns of fate, but I've also seen the price we'll pay for it. Are you prepared for that?" Bjorn met her gaze steadily. "I've been preparing for this my entire life," he said. "Ever since I was a boy, listening to our father's stories about the lands beyond the sea. Whatever the cost, it will be worth paying." As winter slowly gave way to spring, the preparations intensified. Ships were outfitted, crews were assembled, supplies were gathered. Word of the expedition spread through Bergen's merchant community, attracting investors and adventurers, skeptics and supporters. But it was a conversation with Sigrid that gave Astrid the final piece of understanding she needed about her role in the great pattern that was unfolding. "You know, this isn't really about trade," Sigrid said as they walked together through Bergen's market square. "Bjorn may tell himself it's about profit, but you and I both know better." "What is it about, then?" Astrid asked. "Destiny," Sigrid replied simply. "Your father saw it, Ingrid saw it, and now I see it too. You're not just going to establish a trading post or even a settlement. you're going to build a bridge between worlds, a connection that will change both our people and the peoples you'll meet in the Western lands." She stopped walking and turned to face Astrid directly. "The question is, are you ready for that responsibility?" Astrid thought of her mother's weaving, with its complex patterns that told stories of connection and transformation. She thought of her father's hidden past and the choices that had shaped his life. She thought of Ingrid's teachings about the web that connected all things, and the role of the satyr worker in helping that web find its proper pattern. "I'm ready," she said, and as she spoke the words, she felt the truth of them resonating in her bones. The merchant's gamble was about to begin, but Astrid knew now that it was never really about chance at all. It was about fate and choice, and the courage to step into the unknown in service of something greater than oneself. The weaver's daughter had become a merchant of dreams, and the greatest adventure of her life was about to unfold. Ice and emerald shores. Hey guys, tonight we sail with Astrid and Bjorn into the vast northern waters, where icebergs drift like floating mountains, and the aurora borealis paints the sky in sheets of living light. The familiar fjords of Norway fade behind us now as we venture into waters where few have gone before, following the ancient sea roads toward Greenland and the edge of the known world. Close your eyes and feel the salt spray on your face. Hear the creak of timber and the song of the wind in the rigging as we embark on a journey that will test everything our heroes have learned about courage, wisdom, and the bonds that hold people together in the face of the unknown. The departure from Bergen came with the first warm winds of spring, when the ice had finally broken in the fjords, and the sea lanes opened like pathways to adventure. Astrid stood at the stern of the Wave Rider, Bjorn's finest ship, watching the familiar coastline of Norway shrink into the morning haze. The vessel was a masterpiece of Norse shipbuilding, 60 feet of seasoned oak, with a single square sail striped in red and white, and room for 30 oars when the wind failed. But it was not alone. 2 other ships followed in their wake. The Sea Wolf, carrying additional supplies and crew, and the smaller Wind Dancer, swift and maneuverable, designed for scouting and coastal exploration. Together, they represented the largest private expedition to attempt the Western Crossing in a generation. "Second thoughts?" Bjorn asked, joining her at the rail. His red-gold hair whipped in the wind, and his eyes held the bright excitement of a man finally pursuing his deepest dreams. "No," Astrid replied, though she kept to herself the visions that had been troubling her sleep. Images of storms and ice, of conflicts yet to come, of choices that would determine not just their fate, but the fate of generations. Just awareness of what we're truly undertaking. The crew was a carefully chosen mix of experienced sailors, skilled craftsmen, and hardy adventurers. Thorhild, the navigator, commanded the Wave Rider with quiet authority, her weathered hands steady on the steering oar. Olaf the chronicler had insisted on coming despite his age, claiming that someone needed to record their discoveries for posterity. Even Astrid the shipwright had joined them, bringing tools and knowledge that would be essential if they needed to repair their vessels in unknown waters. But perhaps most importantly, they carried with them a small group of families, men and women willing to risk everything for the chance to build new lives in the Western lands. Among them was Eric Thorson, a young farmer whose land had been destroyed by flooding, traveling with his pregnant wife Gudrun. There was Leif the blacksmith, whose skills would be invaluable in any new settlement, and Ingeborg the healer, an elderly woman whose knowledge of herbs and healing arts rivaled that of any cider worker. "They're brave," Astrid observed, watching the families huddle together against the spring chill. To leave everything they know for a dream of something better. Brave or desperate, Bjorn replied pragmatically. Sometimes there's little difference, but that's what makes the best colonists. People who have nothing left to lose and everything to gain. The first leg of their journey took them north along the Norwegian coast, following sea roads that had been traveled for centuries. They stopped at Trondheim to take on additional supplies, then continued north to the Lofoten Islands, where the midnight sun painted the peaks in shades of gold, and rose that seemed too beautiful to be real. It was here, in the strange twilight that passed for night in the northern summer, that Astrid experienced her first major vision of the voyage. She had been practicing the meditation techniques Ingrid had taught her, letting her consciousness drift free of her body to scout the path ahead, when suddenly she found herself standing on a shore of black volcanic rock. The landscape was unlike anything she had ever seen. Mountains that seemed to breathe fire, geysers that shot boiling water high into the air, fields of ice that stretched to the horizon. But it was not empty. People moved across this alien landscape with the easy familiarity of those born to it, their faces weathered by wind and cold, but bright with intelligence and humor. Iceland, she gasped, returning to normal consciousness with a jolt that left her dizzy. Thorhild, who had been standing nearby, nodded approvingly. Your sight serves you well. We make landfall there tomorrow if the winds hold. Iceland proved to be everything Astrid's vision had suggested, and more. The island was a realm of contrasts, fire and ice existing side by side, creating a landscape that seemed born from the dreams of the gods themselves. The settlement at Reykjavik was small but prosperous, its people hardy and independent, shaped by generations of life on the edge of the habitable world. But it was their meeting with Thorfinn Karlsefni that would prove most significant for their expedition. The Icelandic merchant was preparing his own voyage to the western lands, following in the wake of Leif Eriksson's earlier explorations. When he learned of Bjorn's plans, his eyes lit up with interest. 2 expeditions are better than one, he said over ale in the settlement's main hall. The western lands are vast and dangerous. Better to have allies than to face the unknown alone. The negotiations that followed were complex, involving not just the coordination of their voyages, but the establishment of mutual support agreements and the division of any territories they might claim. Astrid found her cider abilities invaluable in reading the intentions of the various parties, helping Bjorn navigate the subtle currents of Icelandic politics. Thorfinn is honest, she reported after a private consultation with the spirits. His intentions align with ours, at least for now, but I see shadows in his future, conflicts that will test his honor and ours. All alliances carry risks, Bjorn replied, but the benefits outweigh the dangers. With Thorfinn's ships added to ours, we'll have the largest fleet to attempt the western crossing since Eric the Red first reached Greenland. They spent a week in Iceland, taking on additional supplies and crew members, including several Icelandic families eager to join the colonization effort. Among them was a young skald named Snorri, whose gift for poetry and storytelling would help preserve the memory of their adventures, and a woman named Freydis, who claimed to be the daughter of Eric the Red himself, a claim that, if true, gave her considerable authority in matters relating to the western lands. But it was during their final night in Iceland that Astrid received the vision that would haunt the rest of their journey. She had been walking alone on the black sand beach, listening to the crash of waves against the volcanic shore, when the sight came upon her with unusual force. She saw their ships sailing through waters choked with ice, massive bergs that towered above their masts like floating mountains. She saw storms that turned the sea into a cauldron of foam and fury, and crew members lost to the hungry waves. But she also saw their eventual arrival at a green shore, where forests grew down to the water's edge, and the soil was rich enough to support great settlements. Most disturbing of all, she saw conflict, not just with the elements, but with other people. The western lands were not empty, as some of the sagas suggested. They were home to peoples with their own cultures, their own claims to the land, their own reasons for viewing the Norse arrivals with suspicion and hostility. Troubled dreams? Bjorn asked, finding her still on the beach as dawn painted the sky in shades of pearl and gold. Visions, Astrid corrected. The path ahead is more dangerous than we thought. The western lands, they're not uninhabited. We'll be entering territories that others call home. Bjorn was quiet for a long moment, digesting this information. "Did you see us succeeding?" he asked finally. "I saw possibilities," Astrid replied carefully. "Success and failure both, depending on the choices we make when we get there. But I also saw something else, the beginning of a new chapter in the story of our people. Whatever happens, this voyage will change everything." The departure from Iceland was marked by ceremonies that invoked the protection of the old gods and the new. Thor's hammer was blessed alongside Christian crosses, acknowledging the religious diversity of their expedition. Astrid performed her own rituals, calling upon the spirits of sea and sky to guide their passage and protect their ships from the dangers that lay ahead. The voyage to Greenland tested every skill they possessed as sailors and navigators. The waters between Iceland and Eric the Red's settlement were treacherous, filled with icebergs that could crush a ship like an eggshell, and currents that could drive unwary vessels onto hidden reefs. Thorhild's expertise proved invaluable, her ability to read wind and wave keeping them on course through conditions that would have defeated lesser navigators. But it was Astrid's cider abilities that truly made the difference. Time and again, her visions warned them of dangers ahead, storms that could be avoided by changing course, ice fields that blocked their intended path, even the presence of other ships that might prove hostile. The crew, initially skeptical of having a cedar worker aboard, soon came to regard her as their most valuable member. The spirits of the sea speak to her, she heard one of the sailors tell another. She knows things before they happen, sees dangers in the empty air. We're lucky to have such a one with us. The first sight of Greenland's coast was both inspiring and intimidating. The island rose from the sea like a wall of ice and stone, its glaciers gleaming in the Arctic sun, its peaks disappearing into clouds that seemed to touch the very roof of the world. But as they sailed south along the coast, following the route Eric the Red had pioneered years before, the landscape began to change. The ice gave way to green valleys where grass grew thick, and sheep grazed on hillsides that reminded Astrid painfully of her highland home. Settlements appeared along the shore, small clusters of houses built from stone and turf, with smoke rising from their chimneys and boats pulled up on the beaches. "Brattahlid," Thorhild announced as they rounded a familiar headland. Eric the Red's own settlement and the capital of Greenland's Norse community. The settlement was larger than Astrid had expected, with perhaps 200 souls living in houses that spoke of prosperity and permanence. The main hall was built in the traditional Norse style, but adapted to the harsh conditions of the Arctic, its walls thick with turf insulation and its windows small to conserve heat. Eric the Red himself, was an impressive figure, despite his advanced years, tall and still powerful, with hair that had faded from red to silver and eyes that held the fire of a man who had carved a kingdom from the edge of the world. He received their expedition with the mixture of hospitality and calculation that marked a successful leader. "So," he said, studying their assembled captains in his great hall, "you would follow my son's path to the western lands. Tell me, what makes you think you can succeed where others have failed?" It was Astrid who answered, rising from her place at the table with the confidence of one who spoke with the authority of the spirits themselves. "Because we bring not just ships and men, but vision and purpose. The western lands call to us not for quick profit, but for permanent settlement. We go not as raiders, but as builders." Eric's eyes sharpened with interest. "You speak like a vulva," he observed. "Do you have the sight?" "I do," Astrid replied simply. "And I have seen the green shores that lie beyond the sunset, seen the forests that grow down to the water's edge, seen the rich soil that could support thousands of our people. But I have also seen the challenges we will face, the choices that will determine whether we succeed or fail." "And what do your visions tell you of our chances?" Astrid closed her eyes briefly, letting her consciousness touch the threads of fate that surrounded them all. "I see a settlement that will endure for generations," she said finally. "But I also see conflict and hardship, choices that will test our honor and our wisdom. The path to success is narrow, but it exists." Eric nodded slowly, then turned to Bjorn. "Your cedar worker speaks truth. I can feel it in her words. Very well, you have my support. But know this, the western lands are not like Greenland. The natives there are numerous and well organized. They will not welcome us with open arms." Over the following days, as they prepared for the final leg of their journey, Astrid learned more about the challenges that lay ahead. Leif Erikson himself was present in Brattahlid, and his accounts of the western lands were both encouraging and sobering. "The forests are vast beyond imagining," he told their assembled expedition leaders. "Trees so tall they seem to touch the sky. Rivers thick with salmon. Meadows where wild grapes grow in abundance. But the Skraelings, the native peoples, they are not like the scattered tribes we've encountered elsewhere. They have villages, organized leadership, warriors who fight with skill and courage." "Did you have conflicts with them?" Thorfinn asked. "Some," Leif admitted. "Misunderstandings, mostly, but they escalated quickly. We were too few to establish a permanent presence, too many to avoid being seen as a threat. The balance you'll need to strike is delicate." That night, as Astrid walked along the shore of Brattahlid's harbor, she found herself joined by an unexpected companion. Freydis, Eric's daughter, had been quiet during the day's discussions, but now she sought out private conversation. "You see far, cider woman," Freydis said without preamble. "Tell me, do you see my fate bound up with this expedition?" Astrid studied the other woman carefully. Freydis was tall and strong, with the red hair of her father and eyes that held both intelligence and a certain ruthless pragmatism. But there was something else there, something that made Astrid's cider senses prickle with warning. "Your fate is your own to choose," Astrid replied carefully. "But I sense that you stand at a crossroads. The choices you make in the western lands will echo through the generations." "Cryptic words," Freydis said with a laugh that held no humor. "But then, that's the way of vulvas, isn't it? Never a straight answer when a riddle will do." She turned to leave, then paused. "A word of advice, sister. The Western lands change people. The isolation, the constant danger, the need to make impossible choices. They reveal who we truly are beneath the masks we wear in civilized company. Make sure you're prepared for what you might discover about yourself. As Freydis walked away, Astrid felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Arctic wind. The woman's words carried the weight of prophecy, and her fate threads were dark with possibilities that made Astrid's heart race with foreboding. The final preparations took another week as they took on additional supplies and crew members from Greenland's settlements. The expedition had grown to impressive proportions. 5 ships carrying nearly 200 souls, with supplies enough to establish a permanent settlement and the skills necessary to build a new life in unknown lands. But it was during their last night in Brattahlid that Astrid received the vision that would define their entire enterprise. She had been performing the evening rituals, calling upon the spirits for guidance and protection, when the sight came upon her with overwhelming force. She saw their ships arriving at a bay surrounded by forests, where a river emptied into the sea through marshlands rich with wildlife. She saw the settlement they would build there, houses of timber and stone, workshops where craftsmen plied their trades, fields where crops grew in the rich soil. But she also saw the native peoples watching from the forest, their faces painted for war, their hands gripping weapons of stone and wood. She saw the first tentative contacts, the misunderstandings that would escalate into violence, the choices that would determine whether their two peoples could coexist or would be forever locked in conflict. Most clearly of all, she saw herself standing between two worlds, serving as translator and mediator, bridge builder and peacemaker. Her role in the Western lands would be far more than that of a cider worker or merchant's partner. She would be the key to everything that followed. "Are you ready?" Bjorn asked, finding her still in the grip of the vision as dawn broke over Greenland's icy peaks. "As ready as anyone can be for the unknown," Astrid replied, though her heart was heavy with the weight of what she had seen. "The spirits have shown me our destination, but the path to reach it safely, that remains hidden in shadow." The departure from Brattahlid was marked by ceremonies that invoked every blessing the settlers could think of. Christian priests offered prayers alongside wovas performing ancient rituals, while Eric the Red himself blessed their venture with words that carried the authority of a man who had successfully colonized one impossible land and now watched others attempt to do the same. As their ships sailed west from Greenland's coast, following the sea road that led toward the edge of the world, Astrid stood at the bow of the wave rider and felt the weight of destiny settling around her like a cloak. Behind them lay everything familiar and safe. Ahead lay the unknown, lands that existed only in dreams and visions, peoples who had never seen Norse sails on their horizon, challenges that would test every skill they possessed and every bond that held them together. The ice and emerald shores of Greenland faded into the morning haze, and their ships sailed on toward whatever fate awaited them in the western lands. The greatest adventure of their lives was about to begin, and Astrid knew with the certainty of prophecy that nothing would ever be the same again. The pattern of her life had grown beyond anything she could have imagined when she was a simple weaver's daughter in the Highland Hills. Now she was a bridge between worlds, sailing toward a destiny that would reshape the very fabric of history itself. The Skraeling Shore. Hey guys, tonight we sail with Astrid and her companions across the final stretch of unknown ocean, toward shores that no Norse eyes have seen, and peoples whose existence lives only in whispered tales. The familiar world falls away behind us now as we venture into waters where the very stars seem different, following currents that lead to lands beyond the edge of every map. Close your eyes and feel the salt wind carrying new scents, pine and earth and wood smoke from fires tended by hands that have never known iron, in villages that have stood since time immemorial. This is where our story truly begins, where two worlds meet for the first time, and where Astrid will discover that being a bridge between peoples requires more courage than she ever imagined. The crossing from Greenland to the Western lands took 6 days, through waters that seemed to exist outside of time itself. The sea was unlike anything Astrid had experienced, deeper blue than the fjords of home, with swells that rolled beneath their ships like the breathing of some vast sleeping creature. Whales surfaced near their vessels, creatures so massive they dwarfed even the largest Norse ships, their songs echoing through the water like the voices of ancient gods. On the 3rd day, the character of the sea began to change. The water grew warmer, taking on a greenish tint that spoke of shallows and coastal currents. Seabirds appeared in growing numbers, species that none of them recognized, with calls that seemed to welcome them to waters that had never known the sound of Norse voices. The color of the water, Thorhild observed, studying the sea with the practiced eye of a navigator who had sailed every known ocean. We're approaching land, but land unlike any I've seen before. It was Astrid's satyr senses that first detected their destination. Standing at the bow of the wave rider as dawn painted the sky in shades of pearl and gold, she felt a presence that made her skin tingle with awareness. The land ahead was not empty. It pulsed with life, with the accumulated dreams and memories of countless generations. There, she said, pointing toward a horizon that looked empty to normal eyes, 2 points off the starboard bow, the bay I saw in my visions. Thorhild squinted in the direction Astrid indicated, then slowly nodded. I see it now, a darkness against the sky that could be land. She called out orders to adjust their course, and the other ships followed suit, their crews straining to catch their first glimpse of the legendary western shores. The land that emerged from the morning mist was everything Astrid's visions had promised and more. Forests stretched as far as the eye could see. Trees so tall and thick they seemed to form a green wall along the coast. Rivers emptied into the sea through marshlands alive with waterfowl, and beaches of white sand curved between rocky headlands that reminded Astrid, with a pang of homesickness, of the highland coasts of her childhood. But it was the smoke that caught everyone's attention. Thin columns rising from the forest, speaking of fires tended by human hands. The western lands were not uninhabited wilderness, as some of the more optimistic members of their expedition had hoped. They were entering a world that already belonged to others. Skraelings, someone whispered, using the Norse term for the native peoples of these lands. The word carried undertones of both fear and curiosity. These were the mysterious people Leif Erikson had encountered, beings who existed at the very edge of Norse understanding. Signal the other ships, Bjorn ordered. We approach with caution. Weapons ready, but not displayed. We come as traders and settlers, not raiders. The bay Astrid had seen in her visions proved to be everything she had hoped for. A natural harbor protected from ocean storms, with fresh water flowing from the forest and beaches suitable for landing their ships. But as they drew closer to shore, it became clear they were not alone. Figures moved among the trees, shadows that appeared and disappeared so quickly it was hard to be sure they were real. But Astrid's enhanced senses left no doubt. They were being watched by dozens of eyes, evaluated by minds that were trying to understand what these strange vessels and their pale-skinned occupants might represent. "They're afraid," she said quietly to Bjorn, "but also curious. They've never seen ships like ours, people like us. We represent something completely outside their experience." "As they do ours," Bjorn replied. "The question is whether that leads to understanding or conflict." The decision of where to make their first landing was crucial, and Astrid found herself at the center of the debate. Her visions had shown her the bay, but the specific location within it could determine the success or failure of their entire enterprise. "There," she said finally, pointing to a beach where the forest came close to the water but left enough open space for their immediate needs. "It's far enough from their main settlements to avoid seeming threatening, but close enough for contact when we're ready." The landing itself was a masterpiece of careful planning. Only one ship approached the beach initially, the Wind Dancer with its shallow draft and swift lines. A small party went ashore, led by Bjorn, and including Astrid, Thorhild, and a handful of the most experienced warriors. They moved slowly and deliberately, making no sudden movements that could be interpreted as hostile. The beach was pristine white sand, unmarked by any sign of human presence except for a few footprints that disappeared into the tree line. But Astrid could feel the watchers in the forest. Their attention focused on the strange newcomers with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "We're being evaluated," she murmured to Bjorn. "They're trying to decide whether we're gods, demons, or simply another kind of human." "What do your senses tell you about them?" Bjorn asked. Astrid closed her eyes and let her consciousness drift toward the forest, seeking contact with the minds that watched them. What she found surprised her. Intelligence as sharp as any Norse warriors, but organized in ways that were completely foreign to her experience. These people thought in patterns that were connected to the land itself, their minds intertwined with the rhythms of forest and season in ways that reminded her of her own theater training. "They're not primitive," she said with certainty. "Different from us, yes, but not lesser. They have their own forms of wisdom, their own understanding of the world, and they're debating among themselves what to do about us." The first direct contact came sooner than anyone expected. As the Norse party explored the beach, testing the soil and examining the timber that drifted ashore, a single figure emerged from the forest. He was tall and lean, with skin the color of burnished copper and hair black as a raven's wing. His clothing was made from materials they didn't recognize. Soft leather decorated with intricate beadwork, and a cloak that seemed to be woven from some kind of plant fiber. But it was his bearing that impressed them most. He moved with the confidence of a leader, someone accustomed to making decisions that affected many lives. His eyes, dark and intelligent, studied the Norse party with the same intensity they were studying him. For a long moment, the two groups faced each other across the beach, representatives of worlds that had never known the other existed. The silence stretched until it became almost unbearable, filled with the weight of a moment that would echo through history. It was Astrid who broke the impasse. Drawing on her satyr training, she extended her consciousness toward the stranger, not trying to read his thoughts, but simply offering a sense of peaceful intention. To her surprise, she felt an answering touch. This man had his own form of spiritual awareness, his own way of sensing the intentions of others. Slowly, carefully, she stepped forward. The Norse warriors tensed, hands moving instinctively toward their weapons, but Bjorn raised a hand to stop them. This was Astrid's moment, the role she had been born to play. The native leader watched her approach with eyes that missed nothing. When she was close enough to speak in normal tones, she stopped and raised her hands, palms outward, in what she hoped was a universal gesture of peace. "I am Astrid," she said in Norse, knowing he wouldn't understand the words, but hoping he would understand the tone. "We come in peace, seeking friendship and trade." The man studied her for a long moment, then spoke in a language that flowed like water over stones, musical and complex. Astrid didn't understand the words, but she caught something of their meaning through the spiritual connection she had established. A greeting, a question about their intentions, a cautious offer of communication. Drawing on every technique Ingrid had taught her, Astrid let her consciousness drift into the trance state that allowed for deeper understanding. The language barrier was formidable, but meaning could be conveyed in other ways, through gesture, through tone, through the subtle communion of minds that touched across the void of cultural difference. What followed was the strangest conversation of Astrid's life. Using a combination of simple words, elaborate gestures, and the psychic communion that her Seidr training made possible, she began to establish the first tentative communication between Norse and native. The man's name, she learned, was something that sounded like talking bear in her mental translation. He was a leader among his people, responsible for dealing with strangers and unusual situations. The conversation was slow and often frustrating, but gradually a basic understanding began to emerge. The natives called themselves by a name that meant the people, a common enough designation among tribal societies. They had lived in these lands for countless generations, following seasonal patterns that took them from the coast to inland hunting grounds and back again. They had seen the Norse ships approaching and had debated among themselves what these strange visitors might represent. Some thought they were spirits from across the great water. Others believed they might be enemies come to steal their lands. But Talking Bear had argued for caution and communication, a decision that was proving wise. "They want to know why we've come," Astrid reported to Bjorn, who had been watching the exchange with fascination. "I've tried to explain about trade and settlement, but those concepts don't translate easily." "What do they think of us?" Bjorn asked. Astrid consulted with Talking Bear again, their strange communion of minds and gestures continuing. "They're curious about our ships, our metal tools, our pale skin. But they're also wary. They've had experience with strangers before, other tribes from distant lands, and it hasn't always ended well." The initial contact lasted for several hours, with more natives gradually emerging from the forest as word spread of the peaceful encounter. Astrid found herself at the center of an increasingly complex web of communication, serving as translator and cultural interpreter for both sides. The natives were fascinated by the Norse technology, their iron tools, their woven cloth, their ships that could cross vast oceans. In return, they showed the newcomers wonders of their own: medicines made from forest plants, techniques for working with materials the Norse had never seen, knowledge of the land that had been accumulated over countless generations. But it was the spiritual dimension of the encounter that affected Astrid most deeply. As her communion with Talking Bear deepened, she began to understand that these people had their own form of Seidr, their own ways of speaking with spirits, reading the patterns of fate, understanding the connections that bound all living things together. "They have shamans," she explained to Bjorn as the day wore on. "Medicine people who can see beyond the physical world. Talking Bear wants to arrange a meeting between me and their most powerful spiritual leader. Is that wise? Bjorn asked. We don't know their customs, their taboos. A mistake could turn them against us. It's necessary, Astrid replied with certainty. If we're going to establish a permanent settlement here, we need more than just trade agreements. We need spiritual understanding, recognition from their gods as well as their chiefs. The meeting was arranged for the following day, giving both sides time to prepare and consider what this unprecedented encounter might mean. The Norse returned to their ships, where they were greeted with eager questions from the crews who had watched the beach encounter from a distance. They seem peaceful enough, Bjorn reported to the assembled captains. Curious about us, willing to talk, but we're clearly entering a complex situation. These aren't scattered hunters we can easily displace. They have organized communities, established territories, leaders who think strategically. What does the satyr woman advise? Asked Thorfinn, who had been watching the proceedings with the calculating eye of an experienced trader. All eyes turned to Astrid, and she felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. Her next words could determine the course of their entire enterprise, the fate of everyone who had trusted their lives to this venture. We proceed with caution and respect, she said finally. These people are not our enemies unless we make them so. They have knowledge we need to survive in this land, and we have things they value. A partnership is possible, but it will require patience, wisdom, and the willingness to see them as equals rather than obstacles. That night, as the Norse expedition anchored in the bay and prepared for whatever the next day might bring, Astrid stood watch at the bow of the Wave Rider. The shore was dark except for the occasional flicker of firelight among the trees, but she could feel the presence of the watchers, the native people who were trying to understand what these pale strangers might mean for their world. In the distance, she could hear the sound of drums, not the war drums she had feared, but something more complex, a rhythm that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the land itself. The natives were holding their own council, debating what to do about the newcomers who had appeared so suddenly on their shores. Worried? Bjorn asked, joining her at the rail. Hopeful, Astrid replied, though her voice carried undertones of uncertainty. Tomorrow will determine everything, whether we become partners or enemies, whether this expedition ends in success or disaster. She thought of her mother's weaving, with its complex patterns that told stories of connection and transformation. The pattern of her own life had brought her to this moment, this place where two worlds met for the first time. Whatever happened next would ripple through the generations, affecting peoples and cultures that had never known of each other's existence. The drums continued their complex rhythm, and Astrid found herself swaying slightly to their beat. The sound seemed to speak of ancient wisdom, of connections that ran deeper than language or culture, of the fundamental unity that bound all human beings together despite their surface differences. Tomorrow she would meet with the native shamans, would attempt to bridge not just a language barrier but a gap between entire ways of understanding the world. It was the greatest challenge of her life, but also the opportunity she had been born for. The weaver's daughter had become a bridge between worlds, and tomorrow would test whether that bridge could bear the weight of two civilizations, learning to coexist on the shores of a new world. The pattern was growing ever more complex, and Astrid could only pray that she had the wisdom to help weave it into something beautiful, rather than something that would tear apart in the first storm. The Medicine Circle. Hey guys, tonight we journey deeper into the mystical heart of two worlds meeting, where ancient wisdoms converge like streams flowing into a sacred pool. The drums from the forest grow stronger now, calling Astrid toward a ceremony that will test everything she has learned about the connections between all living things. Close your eyes and let the rhythm carry you into a realm where Norse Seder meets indigenous shamanism, where the spirits of two peoples must learn to dance together under the same stars. This is where true understanding begins. Not through words or trade goods, but through the sharing of sacred knowledge that transcends all boundaries of culture and blood. Dawn came to the bay, with mist rising from the water like the breath of sleeping spirits. Astrid woke before the sun, her dreams filled with visions of circles within circles, patterns that seemed to shift between the familiar designs of her mother's weaving and symbols she had never seen before, but somehow understood. The drums from the forest had continued through much of the night, their rhythm weaving itself into her consciousness until it felt like her own heartbeat. Talking Bear appeared on the beach as the morning light touched the treetops, but he was not alone. With him came an elderly woman whose presence seemed to command the very air around her. She was small in stature, but carried herself with the dignity of one who spoke regularly with the spirit world. Her hair was white as winter snow, braided with feathers and small bones that clicked softly as she moved. But it was her eyes that captured Astrid's attention, dark and deep, holding the accumulated wisdom of decades spent walking between the world of the living and the realm of the spirits. This is She Who Walks Between, Talking Bear explained through the complex mixture of gesture and psychic communion that Astrid was learning to navigate. She is our most powerful medicine woman, keeper of the old ways, speaker with the spirits of earth and sky. Astrid felt a thrill of recognition that went beyond the simple meeting of two spiritual practitioners. There was something in the old woman's presence that reminded her of Ingrid. The same sense of power held in careful balance. The same awareness of forces that moved beyond the perception of ordinary people. She, who walks between, studied Astrid with eyes that seemed to look straight through to her soul. When she spoke, her voice was like wind through autumn leaves, carrying undertones that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the spirit. She says you carry the sight, Talking Bear translated. She can see the power that moves within you, the connection you have to the world of spirits. She wishes to test this connection, to see if you are truly what you appear to be. What kind of test? Bjorn asked, his protective instincts clearly aroused by the suggestion. Astrid raised a hand to quiet him. This was her moment, the purpose for which all her training had prepared her. Tell her I accept whatever test she deems necessary. I understand that trust must be earned, not simply claimed. The old medicine woman nodded approvingly at Astrid's response, then spoke again in her flowing language. This time, Talking Bear's translation carried undertones of solemnity that made everyone present understand the significance of what was being proposed. She invites you to join the sacred circle tonight, when the moon is full and the spirits are closest to our world. It is a great honor. No outsider has ever been permitted to participate in our most sacred ceremonies. But it is also a great risk. The spirits will judge you, and if they find you wanting... He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. This was not simply a cultural exchange, but a spiritual trial that could have consequences far beyond their immediate diplomatic needs. I understand, Astrid said simply. When and where? She Who Walks Between smiled for the first time, her weathered face transforming with an expression of approval that warmed Astrid's heart. The old woman reached into a pouch at her waist and withdrew a small object. a stone carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change as Astrid looked at them. A token, Talking Bear explained. It will guide you to the sacred place when the time comes. But first, you must prepare. The ceremony requires purification of body and spirit, fasting and meditation to open the channels through which the spirits speak. The day that followed was unlike any Astrid had ever experienced. Under the guidance of She Who Walks Between, she underwent rituals of purification that were both similar to and utterly different from the Seder practices Ingrid had taught her. She bathed in the cold waters of a stream that flowed from deep in the forest, her skin tingling with energies that seemed to rise from the very stones of the stream bed. The fasting was more challenging than she had expected. Not just the absence of food, but the careful regulation of thought and emotion that the medicine woman demanded. Empty yourself. Talking Bear translated the old woman's instructions. Let go of the concerns of your people, the desires of your heart, the fears of your mind. Become a vessel that the spirits can fill with their wisdom. As the day progressed, Astrid found herself entering a state of consciousness that was deeper than any trance she had achieved in her Seder training. The boundaries between herself and the world around her began to blur, and she became aware of the vast web of connections that linked every living thing in the forest. The trees that whispered secrets to each other through their roots, the animals that carried messages between the earth and sky, the spirits that moved through all things like breath through a living body. The other members of the Norse expedition watched these proceedings with a mixture of fascination and concern. Some of the more traditionally minded warriors muttered about the dangers of foreign magic, while others were intrigued by the possibility of gaining allies through spiritual as well as political means. "Are you sure about this?" Bjorn asked during one of the brief moments when Astrid was allowed to speak with her own people. "We don't know what their ceremonies involve, what they might ask of you." "I'm sure," Astrid replied, though her voice carried the distant quality of one whose consciousness was already partially elsewhere. "This is why I'm here, brother. Not just to translate words, but to bridge the gap between our understanding of the sacred and theirs. If we're going to live in this land, we need to understand its spirits as well as its people." As evening approached, the carved stone in Astrid's hand began to grow warm, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. She Who Walks Between appeared at the edge of the Norse camp, her presence somehow more substantial than it had been during the day, as if the approaching ceremony was drawing power to her from sources beyond the physical world. "It is time," she said, and though she spoke in her own language, Astrid understood the words as clearly as if they had been spoken in Norse. The path to the sacred place led deep into the forest, following trails that seemed to exist more in the spirit realm than in the physical world. Astrid found herself moving through landscapes that shifted and changed around her, sometimes walking through ordinary woodland, sometimes traversing realms where the trees glowed with inner light and the very air hummed with power. Other figures joined them along the way, medicine people from various tribes and communities, each bringing their own understanding of the sacred arts. Astrid realized that this ceremony was not just a local ritual, but a gathering of spiritual practitioners from across a vast region, called together by the unprecedented arrival of strangers from across the great water. The sacred place itself took Astrid's breath away. It was a natural amphitheater carved from living rock, with a circle of standing stones at its center that reminded her powerfully of the ancient monuments of her highland homeland. But these stones were different, carved with symbols that seemed to move and shift in the firelight, depicting animals and spirits and patterns that spoke of connections between all living things. The medicine circle, she who walks between, explained as they approached the sacred space. Here, the barriers between worlds grow thin. Here, the spirits of our ancestors join with the spirits of the land to guide us in times of great change. The ceremony that followed was unlike anything in Astrid's experience, yet somehow familiar at the deepest level. The medicine people arranged themselves around the circle of stones, each taking a position that corresponded to their particular gifts and responsibilities. Astrid was placed at the eastern point of the circle, the direction associated with new beginnings and the dawn of understanding. The ritual began with the lighting of a sacred fire at the center of the circle, its flames fed with herbs and woods that filled the air with smoke that seemed to carry prayers directly to the spirit world. As the smoke rose, the medicine people began to chant, their voices weaving together in harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom and timeless truths. Astrid found herself joining the chant without conscious decision, her voice adding Norse melodies to the indigenous rhythms, creating something entirely new, yet somehow inevitable. The sound seemed to open doorways in the air itself, and through those doorways came presences that made the hair on her arms stand on end. The spirits that entered the circle were unlike any she had encountered in her Seader work. These were beings intimately connected to the land itself, the spirits of ancient trees, of rivers that had flowed for millennia, of mountains that had watched the rise and fall of countless generations. But there were others as well, spirits that felt familiar despite the vast distance from her homeland, the essence of her own ancestors, drawn across the ocean by the power of the ceremony and the bonds of blood and purpose that connected her to this moment. They come to judge, she who walks between said, her voice carrying clearly despite the continuing chant. The spirits of this land wish to know if you and your people can be trusted with their sacred places, if you will honor the connections that bind all living things together. What followed was less a trial than a communion. The spirits that surrounded the circle seemed to flow through Astrid's consciousness, examining her memories, her intentions, her deepest understanding of what it meant to live in harmony with the world around her. She felt them touching the knowledge Ingrid had given her, the wisdom of her mother's weaving, the love for the land that her father had carried in his heart. But they also shared their own knowledge with her, showing her the true nature of the continent she had come to. She saw vast networks of trade and communication that connected tribes from the frozen north to the sun-baked south, saw cities and settlements that rivaled anything in the Norse world, saw a civilization that was ancient and complex, and utterly different from anything Europeans had imagined. Most importantly, she saw the delicate balance that held this world together, the spiritual connections between people and land that made their way of life possible, and the dangers that would come if those connections were broken by those who saw the land only as something to be conquered and exploited. "We understand," she said, speaking to the spirits in a voice that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than her ordinary consciousness. "We come not as conquerors, but as guests, not to take, but to share, not to destroy, but to learn. We ask for the privilege of making our home in your land, and we offer in return our own knowledge, our own gifts, our own commitment to the sacred connections that bind all life together." The response came not in words, but in a wave of acceptance that flowed through the circle like warm water. The spirits had judged her and found her worthy, not perfect, but sincere in her intentions and capable of growth. More importantly, They had recognized in her the potential to serve as a true bridge between worlds, someone who could help her people understand the sacred nature of the land they sought to settle. As the ceremony reached its climax, Astrid felt herself lifted out of ordinary consciousness entirely. She found herself standing in a place that existed outside of time, where she could see the threads of fate stretching out in all directions. The future spread before her like a vast tapestry, showing her the settlement her people would build, the relationships they would form with the native peoples, the challenges and triumphs that lay ahead. But she also saw the darker possibilities, the paths that led to conflict and destruction, the choices that could turn the meeting of worlds into a catastrophe that would echo through the centuries. The success of their venture was not guaranteed. It would depend on the wisdom and compassion of individuals on both sides, their willingness to see beyond surface differences to the fundamental humanity they shared. "The responsibility is great," a voice said, and Astrid turned to see a figure that seemed to be composed of starlight and shadow. "You have been chosen to stand between worlds, to help weave a new pattern that honors both the old ways and the new. But the choice of what that pattern will be remains with you and those who follow." "I understand," Astrid replied, "and I accept the responsibility." The vision faded, and she found herself back in the medicine circle, surrounded by faces that glowed with approval and acceptance. She who walks between approached her, carrying a staff carved from wood that seemed to pulse with inner light. "This is yours now," the old medicine woman said, placing the staff in Astrid's hands. "It is a symbol of your acceptance into our spiritual community, and a tool to help you in the work that lies ahead. You are no longer simply a visitor to our land. You are part of it, bound to it by ties that cannot be broken." The staff felt warm in Astrid's hands, and she could sense the power that flowed through it. Not her own cider abilities, but something new, a fusion of Norse and indigenous spiritual traditions that created possibilities neither culture could have achieved alone. The ceremony concluded with a feast that seemed to materialize from the forest itself. Foods that Astrid had never tasted but somehow recognized, prepared in ways that honored both the ingredients and the spirits that had provided them. As she ate, she felt the final barriers between herself and the land dissolving, replaced by a sense of belonging that went deeper than any she had ever experienced. "What happens now?" she asked, she who walks between, as the other medicine people began to disperse, returning to their own communities with news of what had transpired. "Now you return to your people and help them understand what they have been given," the old woman replied. "The spirits have accepted your presence in this land, but acceptance must be earned anew each day through right action and proper respect. You will be our voice among your people, just as you will be their voice among ours." The journey back to the bay passed in a blur of heightened awareness. Astrid found herself seeing the forest with new eyes, understanding the complex web of relationships that connected every tree, every stream, every creature in an intricate pattern of mutual dependence. This was not empty wilderness waiting to be tamed, but a living community that her people were being invited to join. Dawn was breaking as she reached the shore where the Norse ships waited at anchor. Bjorn was pacing the beach, his relief evident as he saw her emerge from the forest. "Well?" he asked simply. "We have been accepted," Astrid replied, her voice carrying new harmonics that spoke of the transformation she had undergone. "But acceptance comes with responsibilities. We must prove ourselves worthy of the trust that has been placed in us." She looked out at the ships that carried her people, then back at the forest that was now, in some fundamental way, her home. The pattern of her life had grown beyond anything she could have imagined, and she understood now that her role as a bridge between worlds was just beginning. The medicine circle had changed her, given her new tools and new understanding, but it had also shown her the magnitude of the task ahead, helping two very different peoples learn to share a land that was sacred to both, weaving a new pattern of coexistence that honored the wisdom of both cultures while creating something entirely new. The weaver's daughter had become something unprecedented, a shaman who walked between worlds, carrying the spiritual traditions of both her Norse heritage and her adopted indigenous family. The greatest work of her life was about to begin. The settlement of two peoples. Hey guys, tonight we watch as dreams become reality, as the vision of two peoples living in harmony takes shape on the shores of a new world. The sacred ceremonies are complete now, and the real work begins. The daily task of building not just houses and workshops, but bridges of understanding that must be strong enough to weather the storms of cultural difference and human nature. Close your eyes and feel the rhythm of axes and hammers, the sound of voices learning new words, the gentle crackle of fires where Norse and native sit together, sharing stories that will become the foundation of something unprecedented in human history. The first challenge came with the dawn following Astrid's return from the medicine circle. As the Norse crews prepared to begin the work of establishing their settlement, a delegation of native leaders appeared on the beach, led by Talking Bear and including several chiefs whose authority was evident in their bearing and the deference shown them by their followers. They wished to discuss the terms of our presence here, Astrid translated after the complex exchange of gestures and psychic communion that had become her primary means of communication. The spiritual acceptance from last night was necessary, but not sufficient. There are practical matters to be resolved. Boundaries, resource sharing, protocols for interaction between our peoples. Bjorn nodded, his merchant's mind immediately grasping the implications. They want to negotiate a formal agreement. That's good. It means they see us as equals worthy of treaty, not invaders to be driven off or supplicants to be dismissed. The negotiations that followed were unlike anything in Norse experience. The native concept of land ownership was fundamentally different from European ideas. They saw themselves not as possessors of the earth, but as its caretakers, responsible for maintaining the balance that allowed all life to flourish. This meant that their agreements focused not on who controlled what territory, but on how different groups could share the land's resources without depleting them. They're offering us the bay and the immediate coastal area, Astrid explained after hours of careful discussion. But with conditions. We must not cut the old-growth forest, must not overhunt the game, must not pollute the streams, and we must contribute to the seasonal ceremonies that maintain the spiritual balance of the region. What do they want in return? Asked Thorfinn, ever the practical trader. Knowledge, Astrid replied. They're fascinated by our metalworking, our shipbuilding, our techniques for preserving food. But they also want something more. They want us to share our stories, our understanding of the world beyond their borders. They see this as an opportunity to expand their knowledge of the greater world. The formal agreement was sealed not with signatures on parchment, but with a ceremony that combined elements from both cultures. Norse oath rings were exchanged with native peace pipes, while Astrid performed rituals that drew on both her cedar training and the new understanding she had gained in the medicine circle. This is unprecedented, she told Bjorn, as they watched the two groups mingle on the beach, sharing food and beginning the tentative process of cultural exchange. I've never heard of anything like it. two peoples agreeing to share territory as equals, to learn from each other rather than one conquering the other. "Let's hope it works," Bjorn replied, though his tone suggested cautious optimism rather than doubt. "If it does, we'll have created something that could change the way peoples interact across the world." The construction of the settlement began immediately, but it quickly became clear that this would not be a typical Norse colony. The native leaders insisted on participating in the planning process, offering advice based on their intimate knowledge of local conditions. The result was a community design that blended Norse architectural traditions with indigenous wisdom about living in harmony with the land. The main hall was built in the traditional Norse style, with high timber walls and a peaked roof, but it was positioned according to native principles that took into account the flow of seasonal winds and the movement of the sun throughout the year. The individual houses were arranged not in the rigid grid pattern typical of European settlements, but in organic clusters that followed the natural contours of the land. Most importantly, at the center of the settlement was a space that belonged to both peoples, a circular area where the two communities could gather for trade, celebration, and the resolution of disputes. Here, Norse and native children played together while their parents worked side by side, creating something entirely new in human experience. Astrid found herself at the center of this cultural fusion, serving not just as translator but as cultural interpreter, helping each group understand the customs and expectations of the other. It was exhausting work, requiring constant vigilance to prevent misunderstandings from escalating into conflicts. The Norse tendency to settle disputes through combat is particularly problematic, she explained to Bjorn, after mediating a disagreement between a Norse craftsman and a native hunter over access to a particular grove of trees. The natives prefer consensus building and ritual resolution. We need to establish new protocols that both groups can accept. The solution came from an unexpected source: the children. Young people from both cultures seemed to adapt to each other's presence with remarkable ease, creating games and friendships that transcended the barriers their parents struggled to overcome. Watching them play together, Astrid began to see the future of the settlement, not as two separate communities sharing space, but as a single people drawing strength from multiple traditions. "They're creating their own culture," she observed to She Who Walks Between during one of the old medicine woman's visits to the settlement. "Neither purely Norse nor purely native, but something new." "As it should be," the elder replied. "The spirits of this land demand growth and change, not rigid adherence to old ways. Your people bring new possibilities, just as our people offer ancient wisdom. Together, you can create something neither could achieve alone." The first major test of this cultural fusion came with the arrival of winter. The Norse had experience with cold weather, but the winters of the western lands were different from those of Scandinavia. Longer periods of snow and ice, but also thaws that could turn frozen ground into impassable mud. The native peoples had developed sophisticated techniques for surviving these conditions, knowledge that proved invaluable to the Norse colonists. In return, Norse techniques for food preservation and storage helped the native communities maintain larger populations through the harsh months. The settlement's workshops produced metal tools that made many tasks easier, while Norse weaving techniques created warmer clothing from local materials. But it was the sharing of stories during the long winter nights that truly began to bind the two peoples together. In the Great Hall, Norse skalds and native storytellers took turns entertaining mixed audiences, their tales gradually beginning to influence each other. Astrid, found herself serving as translator for these sessions, but also as a creator of new stories that drew on both traditions. "Tell them about the weaving," requested Raven Who Flies, a young native woman who had become fascinated by Norse textile techniques. "The story of how your mother's patterns told the future." Astrid smiled, settling into the storyteller's rhythm she had learned from watching the Scalds. "In the highlands of my homeland," she began, "there lived a woman whose loom could weave the very threads of fate." As she spoke, she watched the faces of her audience, Norse and native alike, all leaning forward to catch every word. The story she told was her mother's, but it was also something new, adapted to include elements that both cultures could understand and appreciate. When she finished, there was a moment of silence, then enthusiastic discussion as people compared the tale to similar stories from their own traditions. "You're creating a new mythology," Bjorn observed later, as they sat by the fire in their shared quarters. "Stories that belong to both peoples, that help them understand their shared experience." "It's what the land requires," Astrid replied, gazing into the flames that danced with patterns that reminded her of both her mother's weaving and the sacred symbols she had seen in the medicine circle. "Stories are how people make sense of their world. If we're going to create a new world here, we need new stories to explain it." Spring brought new challenges and new opportunities. The settlement had survived its first winter, but now it faced the test of growth and expansion. More Norse families arrived with the spring ships, while native communities from further inland came to trade and observe this unprecedented experiment in cultural cooperation. The arrival of new Norse colonists created particular tensions. Many of them came with traditional European attitudes about land ownership and cultural superiority, expecting to find a typical colony where Norse ways dominated, and native peoples were either displaced or subjugated. "They don't understand what we've built here," Astrid explained to the Settlement Council, a governing body that included both Norse and native leaders. "They see our cooperation with the natives as weakness, our adaptation to local customs as betrayal of our heritage." The crisis came to a head when Gunnar the Bold, a newly arrived warrior, attempted to claim a section of forest that the natives considered sacred. When Talking Bear politely but firmly explained that the area was off limits according to their agreements, Gunnar responded with threats and displays of weapons. "This is our land now," he declared loudly enough for both communities to hear. "We took it by right of discovery, and will defend it by right of strength. These Skraelings need to learn their place." The confrontation that followed tested everything Astrid and the other settlement leaders had worked to build. Native warriors appeared from the forest, their faces painted for war, while Norse colonists reached for their weapons. For a moment, the careful balance of the past year hung by a thread. It was Astrid who stepped between the two groups, her staff from the medicine circle glowing with power that both cultures could recognize. "Stop," she commanded, her voice carrying the authority of one who spoke for the spirits themselves. "This is not the way." What followed was the most important speech of her life, delivered to an audience that included both her Norse kinsmen and her adopted native family. She spoke of the vision that had brought them to this land, of the spiritual acceptance they had received, of the responsibility that came with being guests in a sacred place. "We are not conquerors here," she declared, her words carrying the weight of prophecy. "We are partners in something greater than either of our peoples could achieve alone. Those who cannot accept this truth have no place in our community." The moment stretched taut as a bowstring, with the future of the settlement hanging in the balance. Then, slowly, weapons were lowered on both sides. Gunnar, faced with the united opposition of both communities, backed down from his aggressive stance. "You've changed," he muttered to Astrid as the crowd dispersed. "Gone native, like the stories say, happens to people who stay too long in wild places." "No," Astrid replied calmly. "I've grown. I've learned that strength doesn't come from dominating others, but from understanding them. That's a lesson this land teaches to those willing to listen." The incident led to important changes in how new arrivals were integrated into the settlement. A formal orientation process was established, with both Norse and native guides helping newcomers understand the unique nature of their community. Those who couldn't adapt to the cooperative model were given the choice of changing their attitudes or finding homes elsewhere. But the crisis also led to something positive: a deeper commitment from both communities to the experiment they were conducting. The native leaders, seeing how quickly misunderstanding could lead to conflict, became more active in educating their own people about Norse customs and expectations. The Norse colonists, recognizing how much they depended on native knowledge and cooperation, became more respectful of indigenous traditions. Summer brought the settlement's first major celebration, a festival that combined the Norse midsummer traditions with native ceremonies honoring the peak of the growing season. The event lasted for 3 days and drew visitors from native communities hundreds of miles away, all eager to see this unprecedented example of cultural cooperation. "Word is spreading," she who walks between told Astrid, as they watched children from both cultures dance around the ceremonial fire. "Other tribes are sending delegations to learn from what you've accomplished here. Some are skeptical, but others are interested in establishing similar partnerships with your people." The festival also marked an important milestone in Astrid's personal journey. During the ceremony, she was formally recognized as a bridge walker, someone who belonged fully to both cultures while being limited by neither. The title came with both honor and responsibility, marking her as a mediator and cultural interpreter for any future interactions between Norse and native peoples. "You've become something new," Bjorn observed as they watched the celebration from the porch of the Great Hall. "Not quite Norse, not quite native, but something that incorporates the best of both." "We all have," Astrid replied, gesturing toward the mixed crowd below. "Look at them. Our people learning native dances, their people wearing Norse jewelry, children who speak both languages as naturally as breathing. We're creating a new kind of people here, one that could only exist in this place, at this time." As autumn approached, the settlement faced new challenges. The success of their experiment had attracted attention from both Norse and native communities, not all of it positive. Some Norse leaders in Greenland and Iceland worried that the colonists were abandoning their cultural identity, while some native tribes viewed the cooperation as a dangerous precedent that could encourage further European expansion. "We're walking a narrow path," Astrid admitted during a council meeting. "Too much success, and will be seen as a threat by those who profit from conflict. Too little, and will be dismissed as a failed experiment." The solution, as often happened in the settlement, came from combining Norse and native wisdom. The council decided to send delegations to both European and indigenous communities, sharing their story and demonstrating that cooperation was not only possible, but profitable for all involved. Astrid found herself at the center of these diplomatic efforts, her unique position as a bridge walker making her the ideal ambassador for their cause. But she also knew that the real test of their experiment would come not from external pressures, but from their ability to maintain their cooperative spirit as the settlement grew and evolved. As winter approached again, she stood on the shore where she had first met Talking Bear, watching the sun set over waters that had carried her so far from her highland home. The settlement behind her hummed with activity, Norse and native working together to prepare for the cold months ahead, their children playing games that incorporated elements from both cultures, their elders sharing stories that would become the foundation of a new mythology. The weaver's daughter had helped create something unprecedented in human history, a community where two peoples lived as equals, learning from each other while maintaining their distinct identities. It was far from perfect, and the challenges ahead were enormous. But it was real, and it was growing, and it offered hope for a different kind of future. The pattern of her life had become something far more complex and beautiful than anything her mother could have woven on her Highland loom. And the best part was that the pattern was still growing, still evolving, still reaching toward possibilities that no one could yet imagine. The ripples spread. Hey guys, tonight we follow the gentle waves of change as they spread outward from our little settlement by the bay, carrying news of what's possible when peoples choose understanding over conquest. Like stones dropped in still water, the story of Astrid and her community begins to touch distant shores, reaching the halls of Norse jarls and the councils of native confederations, planting seeds of hope in some hearts and fear in others. Close your eyes and feel the whisper of possibility traveling on trade winds and forest paths, carried by merchants and messengers who have seen with their own eyes that the world can be different than it has always been. The first ripples reached Iceland with the autumn trading ships, carried by merchants who had stopped at the settlement to trade for the unique goods that only a bicultural community could produce. In the halls of Reykjavik, Norse leaders listened with fascination and growing concern to tales of their kinsmen living as equals with the Skraelings, adopting native customs, and creating something that challenged every assumption about how civilized peoples should behave. It's unnatural, declared Thorvald the Stern, a powerful jarl whose influence extended across much of Iceland. Norse mixing with savages, adopting their heathen ways, abandoning the customs of their fathers. It will lead to weakness, to the corruption of our bloodlines and our culture. But others saw different possibilities in the merchants' tales. Gudrun the Wise, one of the few women to hold significant political power in Iceland, listened thoughtfully to the descriptions of the settlement's governance structure, where Norse and native leaders shared authority in ways that seemed to benefit both communities. Perhaps, she said carefully, we should learn more about these innovations before we condemn them. If they have found ways to live peacefully with the natives, to gain their cooperation rather than their enmity, that could be valuable knowledge for future expeditions. The debate that followed would echo through Norse communities for generations, dividing those who saw the settlement as a dangerous departure from tradition from those who viewed it as an evolution toward something better. But the immediate result was a decision to send an official delegation to investigate the claims and report back on the true nature of the Western experiment. Meanwhile, word of the settlement traveled through native communities along entirely different pathways. The story spread through the complex networks of trade and kinship that connected tribes across vast distances, carried by runners and traders who had witnessed the unprecedented cooperation between Norse and native peoples. In the great council lodges of the Haudenosaunee, the powerful confederation of tribes that controlled much of the interior, Elders debated the implications of what they were hearing. Some saw opportunity, the chance to gain access to Norse technology and knowledge while maintaining their independence and cultural integrity. Others saw danger, the beginning of an invasion that would eventually threaten all native peoples. They are few now, observed Stands Like Mountain, a war chief whose authority extended across several tribes. But their ships can bring more. If we allow them to establish themselves, to gain allies among our people, they may become too strong to resist later. But Speaks with Spirits, an elderly woman whose wisdom was respected throughout the Confederation, offered a different perspective. The spirits have spoken to their medicine woman, accepted her into the sacred circles. This suggests that their presence serves some greater purpose, that the meeting of our peoples is part of a pattern we do not yet fully understand. The debate among the native communities was as complex as that among the Norse, reflecting the diversity of opinions and interests within both cultures. But unlike the Norse discussions, which focused primarily on cultural purity and political advantage, the native debates incorporated spiritual considerations that added layers of meaning to every decision. Astrid became aware of these wider discussions through her growing network of contacts in both communities. Native visitors to the settlement brought news of the debates in distant councils, while Norse traders carried word of the controversies in Iceland and Greenland. She found herself at the center of a web of communication that stretched across continents, her role as a bridge walker making her a crucial source of information for leaders on both sides. "We're being watched," she told the settlement council during one of their regular meetings. "Both our peoples are trying to decide what our success means for them. Some see us as a model to be emulated, others as a threat to be contained." The pressure of this attention was beginning to affect the settlement in subtle but important ways. New arrivals, both Norse and native, came not just seeking homes or trade opportunities, but carrying agendas shaped by the larger political debates. Some Norse colonists arrived determined to prove that their people could maintain cultural dominance even in a cooperative arrangement. Some native visitors came seeking to learn Norse secrets while remaining suspicious of Norse intentions. "We need to be more careful about who we admit," Bjorn warned during a private conversation with Astrid. "Not everyone who comes here shares our vision of cooperation. Some are looking for ways to exploit what we've built, or to undermine it from within." The challenge became acute with the arrival of Olaf the Chronicler's nephew, Eric Bloodaxe, a young warrior whose reputation for violence had made him unwelcome in several Norse communities. He came to the settlement claiming to seek redemption and a new start, but his behavior quickly revealed other motives. "These natives have made you soft," he declared loudly during a community gathering. In the old days, Norse warriors took what they wanted and held it by strength. Now you beg permission from savages to live in your own settlement. His words were clearly intended to provoke conflict, to create divisions that could be exploited. But the response he received surprised him. Instead of angry confrontation, he faced a united front of both Norse and native community members who had learned to see such provocations as threats to everything they had built together. "You misunderstand strength," replied Magnus the Smith, a Norse craftsman who had become one of the settlement's most respected leaders. "True strength comes from building, not destroying, from creating alliances, not making enemies. What we have here is stronger than anything built on violence alone." The confrontation ended with Eric's departure from the settlement, but not before he had gathered information about their defenses, their trade relationships, and their internal dynamics. Astrid's cider senses warned her that his visit had been more than a simple attempt at troublemaking. It had been reconnaissance for something larger. He'll return, she warned the council. Not alone, and not peacefully. There are those among our people who see our success as a threat to their own power. They'll try to destroy what we've built, rather than let it serve as an example of a different way. The threat materialized sooner than expected. Late in the autumn, as the settlement prepared for its second winter, lookouts spotted ships on the horizon, Norse vessels, but flying no banners of friendship or trade. As they drew closer, it became clear that this was a war fleet, carrying warriors whose intentions were unmistakably hostile. 50 men, maybe more, reported Thorhild from her position atop the settlement's watchtower. Armed for battle and sailing in formation. They mean to take us by force. The crisis that followed tested everything the settlement had learned about cooperation and mutual defense. Native warriors emerged from the forest to stand alongside their Norse neighbors, while Norse colonists took up positions beside native allies they had come to trust with their lives. But it was Astrid who provided the key to their defense. Drawing on both her cider abilities and her knowledge of native spiritual practices, she performed a ritual that called upon the spirits of the land itself to aid in their protection. The result was a fog that rose from the bay with supernatural suddenness, shrouding the settlement and confusing the attacking fleet. "They can't see to land," Bjorn observed with satisfaction as the enemy ships milled about in the thick mist, "and the tide is turning against them. They'll have to withdraw or risk being driven onto the rocks." The attack failed, but its implications were clear. The settlement's experiment in cooperation had attracted enemies who saw it as a challenge to the traditional order of things. Future attacks would come, and they would need to be ready. The response to this threat revealed the true strength of what they had built. Instead of retreating into defensive isolation, the settlement reached out to both Norse and native communities, seeking allies who shared their vision of a different kind of future. The results were encouraging. Several Icelandic jarls, impressed by the settlement's ability to defend itself through cooperation rather than conquest, offered support in the form of trade agreements and mutual defense pacts. Native confederations, seeing the settlement as a buffer against more aggressive Norse expansion, provided warriors and intelligence about potential threats. "We're becoming the center of a new kind of alliance," Astrid observed during a council meeting that included representatives from a dozen different communities. Not based on conquest or submission, but on mutual benefit and shared values. The winter that followed was marked by intensive planning and preparation. The settlement's leaders worked with their allies to develop strategies for dealing with future threats, while also expanding the networks of trade and communication that were spreading their influence across the region. But perhaps most importantly, they began to formalize the principles that guided their community, creating a written code that could serve as a model for other settlements. The document, written in both Norse runes and native pictographs, outlined the basic principles of cooperation, mutual respect, and shared governance that had made their success possible. "We're creating more than just a settlement," Astrid realized as she worked on the translation of the code. "We're creating a new form of civilization, one that could spread far beyond this single community." Spring brought validation of that hope. Delegations arrived from communities across the known world, not just Norse and native, but representatives of other peoples who had heard tales of the settlement's unique approach to cultural cooperation. Among them were Inuit traders from the far north, Celtic monks from distant islands, and even a few individuals who claimed to represent communities from the warm lands far to the south. The world is watching, she who walks between observed during one of her visits to the settlement. What you have accomplished here has become a symbol of possibility, proof that peoples can choose cooperation over conflict. But symbols attract both followers and enemies. The truth of her words became apparent as the settlement entered its third year. Communities across the Norse world began experimenting with similar approaches to native relations, some successfully, others with tragic results when they lacked the spiritual understanding and cultural sensitivity that had made the original settlement possible. Native communities, too, began to reconsider their relationships with European visitors. Some tribes established formal protocols for interaction with Norse traders and explorers, while others used the settlement's example to negotiate better terms with existing European contacts. But the most significant development was the emergence of a new generation. Children who had grown up in the bicultural environment of the settlement and saw cooperation between peoples as natural and normal. These young people, equally comfortable in both cultures, began to serve as ambassadors and interpreters for other communities attempting similar experiments. "They're the future," Astrid said, watching a group of teenagers who moved effortlessly between Norse and native languages, customs, and ways of thinking. They don't see the barriers that divide our generation. To them, the best of both cultures is simply their birthright. Among these young people was her own adopted daughter, Ravensong, a native girl whose parents had died in a hunting accident and who had been raised by the entire community. Now 15, she displayed abilities that seemed to combine the best of both Seder and native shamanism, serving as a bridge between worlds in ways that even Astrid found remarkable. "She's what we're all becoming," Bjorn observed, watching Ravensong lead a ceremony that incorporated elements from both traditions. Not Norse or native, but something new, something that couldn't exist anywhere else. As summer approached, the settlement received its most important visitor yet, Leif Erikson himself, the legendary explorer whose earlier voyages had opened the western lands to Norse exploration. Now an elderly man, he came not as a conqueror or even an explorer, but as someone seeking to understand what his discoveries had made possible. "I opened the door," he said during a feast held in his honor, "but you have walked through it and found something I never imagined. You have proven that the meeting of worlds need not mean the destruction of one by the other." His endorsement of the settlement's approach carried enormous weight throughout the Norse world, legitimizing their experiment in the eyes of those who had been skeptical of their methods. But perhaps more importantly, his visit provided an opportunity to formalize the settlement's role as a center for cultural exchange and cooperation. "We're establishing a school," Astrid announced during the farewell ceremony for Leif's visit. "A place where young people from all cultures can come to learn the arts of bridge walking, of serving as mediators and interpreters between peoples. We'll teach languages, customs, spiritual practices, and the skills needed to build cooperation rather than conflict." The announcement marked a new phase in the settlement's evolution. No longer just a successful experiment in bicultural living, it was becoming an institution with the potential to influence the development of intercultural relations across the known world. As autumn painted the forests in shades of gold and crimson, Astrid stood once again on the shore where she had first met Talking Bear. The settlement behind her had grown into a small city, its buildings reflecting architectural influences from multiple cultures, its streets filled with people whose diversity would have been unimaginable just a few years earlier. But the real measure of their success was not in the physical structures they had built, but in the networks of understanding and cooperation that now stretched across continents. The ripples that had begun with their small experiment in cultural cooperation were now waves of change, touching communities and cultures far beyond anything they had originally imagined. The weaver's daughter had become the center of a pattern that spanned the world, connecting peoples who had never known of each other's existence, creating possibilities that no single culture could have achieved alone. And the pattern was still growing, still evolving, still reaching toward a future that promised to be more beautiful and complex than anything the world had ever seen. The greatest work of her life was no longer just beginning. It was spreading across the world like seeds on the wind, taking root in places she would never see, among peoples she would never meet, but who would carry forward the vision of cooperation and understanding that had begun on the shores of a distant bay. The weaving complete. Hey guys, tonight we come to the end of our journey with Astrid, but it's not really an ending. It's the completion of a pattern that will continue to grow and change long after our story is done. The weaver's daughter has become the weaver herself now, and the tapestry she has helped create stretches across oceans and generations. Its threads connecting peoples and possibilities in ways that will echo through all the ages to come. Close your eyes one last time, and let yourself drift into the gentle rhythm of the great loom of history, where every thread has its place and purpose, and where the patterns of understanding and cooperation that began in a small settlement by a distant bay continue to spread their beauty across the world. 20 years had passed since Astrid first set foot on the shores of the western lands, and the settlement that had begun as a desperate experiment in survival had grown into something that defied every category the world had known. What had once been a single community was now a confederation of settlements stretching along hundreds of miles of coastline, each one a unique blend of Norse and native traditions, each one contributing its own threads to the great tapestry of intercultural cooperation. Astrid stood in the great hall of what was now called Bridgetown, a name that reflected its role as a meeting place between worlds. The building itself embodied the architectural fusion that had become the settlement's signature. Norse timber framing combined with native techniques for working with stone and earth, creating structures that were both beautiful and perfectly adapted to their environment. But it was the people who filled the hall that truly showed how far they had come. The evening's council meeting included Norse jarls and native chiefs, Inuit traders and Celtic monks, representatives of peoples from as far south as the warm islands and as far north as the lands of eternal ice. They had come to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the settlement's founding, but also to plan for a future that promised even greater cooperation between the world's diverse peoples. "Look at them," said Ravensong, now a woman of 35 and Astrid's chosen successor as the settlement's primary bridge walker. "My grandmother's generation could never have imagined such a gathering. People from every corner of the world, sitting together as equals, planning a shared future." Astrid smiled, her hair now more silver than gold, her face marked by the lines that came from decades of responsibility and wisdom hard won. "Your grandmother saw it," she replied, "in her dreams, in her visions of what the world could become. She just didn't live to see it made real." The celebration that evening was a masterpiece of cultural fusion. Norse skalds shared the stage with native storytellers, Inuit throat singers, and Celtic bards, their different traditions weaving together into something that was greater than the sum of its parts. The food reflected the same diversity. Traditional Norse dishes prepared with native ingredients, indigenous recipes enhanced with European techniques, new creations that could only have emerged from the meeting of multiple culinary traditions. But perhaps most remarkable were the children who played together in the spaces between the formal activities. They represented the fourth generation to grow up in the settlement, and they moved between languages and customs with an ease that still amazed their elders. To them, the idea that peoples might be enemies simply because they looked different or worshipped different gods was as foreign as the concept of a world without seasons. "There, what we've been working toward all along," observed Bjorn, now gray-bearded, and walking with the careful gait of a man whose adventuring days were behind him. A generation that sees diversity as strength, cooperation as natural, understanding as the foundation of civilization. The formal ceremonies began with the lighting of the great fire at the center of the hall, its flames fed with woods from every land represented in the gathering. As the smoke rose toward the rafters, carrying prayers and hopes in a dozen different languages, Astrid felt the presence of those who had made this moment possible. Her mother, whose weaving had first shown her the patterns that connected all things. Ingrid, whose training had given her the tools to walk between worlds. The spirits of both Norse and native traditions who had blessed their unprecedented experiment. The first speaker was Leif Erikson's grandson, Magnus the Far Traveler, who had inherited his grandfather's gift for exploration but had used it to build bridges rather than claim territories. His ships now carried not just Norse colonists, but cultural ambassadors, people trained in the arts of intercultural communication, who helped establish peaceful relations between previously hostile peoples. 20 years ago, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the hall. My grandfather opened a door to new lands. But it was the people of this settlement who showed us how to walk through that door with honor, how to meet new peoples as friends rather than conquerors. The techniques you developed here have now been used to establish peaceful relations across the known world. He was followed by Soaring Eagle, a representative of the great confederations of the interior, whose people had initially viewed the Norse arrival with suspicion, but had become some of their strongest allies. You have shown us that the prophecies of our ancestors were true, he said. That the meeting of peoples from across the great waters would bring not destruction, but transformation. Not the end of our ways, but their enrichment through contact with other wisdom traditions. Or, one by one, representatives of different communities shared their stories of how the settlement's example had influenced their own approaches to intercultural relations. A Celtic monk spoke of monasteries that now incorporated native spiritual practices into their contemplative traditions. An Inuit trader described how Norse metalworking techniques had been adapted to create tools perfectly suited to Arctic conditions. A delegate from the southern islands told of agricultural innovations that had emerged from the combination of different farming traditions. But it was she who walks between, now ancient but still sharp-eyed and commanding, who provided the evening's most profound moment. Rising slowly from her place of honor, she spoke in her native language, her words translated by raven song for those who could not understand. The spirits told us long ago that great changes were coming, she said, her voice carrying the weight of decades spent in communion with forces beyond the physical world. They showed us visions of peoples from across the waters, of new ways of living that would emerge from the meeting of different wisdom traditions. But even the spirits did not foresee how beautiful the pattern would become. She turned to look directly at Astrid, her eyes bright with approval and affection. You have been the thread that held the pattern together when it might have unraveled. You have shown us that the meeting of worlds need not mean the dominance of one over another. but can instead create something entirely new and wonderful. The formal ceremonies concluded with the presentation of gifts that reflected the global nature of the gathering. Norse craftsmen offered jewelry worked with techniques learned from native artisans. Native weavers presented textiles that incorporated European materials and patterns. Inuit carvers shared sculptures that told stories bridging multiple traditions. Each gift was both an expression of cultural identity and a symbol of the connections that now bound diverse peoples together. But the most meaningful moment came when the children of the settlement presented their own gift. A song they had composed that incorporated melodies and words from every culture represented in the gathering. As their young voices rose in harmony, weaving together musical traditions that had never before been combined, there was hardly a dry eye in the hall. Later, as the formal celebrations gave way to smaller gatherings and private conversations, Astrid found herself walking along the shore where she had first met Talking Bear 2 decades earlier. The bay was now dotted with ships from a dozen different peoples, their varied designs reflecting the diversity of the maritime traditions that had contributed to the settlement's success. Ravensong joined her on the beach, her presence as comfortable as that of a beloved daughter. "Are you satisfied with what we've accomplished?" she asked. Astrid considered the question carefully, her gaze moving from the ships in the harbor to the lights of the settlement behind them, then up to the stars that shone the same over all the world's peoples. "Satisfied isn't the right word," she said finally. "Grateful, perhaps. Amazed, certainly. But not satisfied. Because the work is never finished. Each generation must weave the pattern anew, must choose cooperation over conflict, understanding over fear. The school is ready for that," Ravensong replied, referring to the institution that had grown from Astrid's original vision into a center of learning that attracted students from across the known world. "We now have graduates serving as cultural ambassadors in communities from Greenland to the southern islands, from the western mountains to the eastern forests. The techniques we've developed here are spreading faster than we ever imagined possible." It was true. The Bridgewalkers Academy, as it had come to be known, had become one of the most influential institutions in the world. Its graduates were sought after by leaders who had learned that cultural cooperation was not just morally superior to conquest, but also more practical and profitable. The skills taught there, language learning, cultural interpretation, conflict resolution, and spiritual mediation, had become essential tools for anyone seeking to build lasting relationships between different peoples. "What about the resistance?" Astrid asked, thinking of the forces that still opposed their vision of intercultural cooperation. Not everyone had embraced the changes that were spreading across the world. Some Norse leaders still advocated for traditional conquest and domination, while some native communities remained suspicious of any contact with Europeans. There were also new challenges emerging as the success of intercultural cooperation attracted the attention of distant empires that saw the growing networks of alliance as threats to their own power. "There will always be those who profit from conflict," Ravensong acknowledged. "But they're fighting against the tide of history now. Each successful example of cooperation makes their arguments weaker. Each new generation of bridgewalkers makes their vision of the world seem more outdated." As they walked, they encountered other small groups engaged in quiet conversation. Norse and native elders sharing memories of the early days. Young people from different cultures planning joint ventures. Scholars discussing the philosophical implications of their intercultural experiments. The beach had become a natural gathering place for those seeking deeper connections than the formal ceremonies allowed. Near the water's edge, They found Bjorn sitting on a piece of driftwood, staring out at the moonlit waves. He looked up as they approached, his weathered face creased in a smile that spoke of deep contentment. "Remembering the early days?" Astrid asked, settling beside him on the smooth wood. "Thinking about the future," he replied, "about the voyages my grandchildren will make, the peoples they'll meet, the bridges they'll build. We've given them tools we never had, the knowledge that cooperation is possible, the skills to make it work, the confidence that comes from seeing it succeed." It was a profound thought. The children growing up in the settlement and its sister communities would enter adulthood with assumptions about intercultural relations that were completely different from those of previous generations. To them, the idea of meeting strangers with violence rather than curiosity would seem not just wrong but foolish, a waste of opportunities for learning and growth. The pattern is self-reinforcing now, Astrid realized. Each successful interaction makes the next one more likely. Each bridge built makes the next one easier to construct. We've changed not just how peoples relate to each other, but how they think about those relationships. The conversation continued as they made their way back toward the settlement, touching on the challenges that lay ahead and the opportunities that were emerging. The success of their experiment had attracted attention from the great empires of the South and East, some of whom were interested in learning from their techniques, others of whom saw the growing networks of cooperation as potential threats to their own power. "We'll need to be careful," Ravensong observed. "Success brings its own dangers. There are those who would try to co-opt our methods for their own purposes, to use the techniques of bridge walking to build empires rather than partnerships." It was a valid concern. The skills they had developed for building intercultural cooperation could potentially be misused by those seeking to manipulate or control other peoples. The challenge would be ensuring that the ethical foundations of their work, the commitment to equality, mutual respect, and genuine partnership, remained central to how their techniques were taught and applied. "That's why the school is so important," Astrid said. "We're not just teaching techniques, but values. Not just how to communicate across cultures, but why such communication should be based on respect and equality, rather than dominance and exploitation." As they reached the settlement's main square, they found that the evening's celebrations were far from over. Smaller groups had formed throughout the community, each one a microcosm of the intercultural cooperation that had become the settlement's defining characteristic. In one corner, Norse and native musicians were experimenting with new combinations of instruments and melodies. In another, craftspeople from different traditions were sharing techniques and materials. Everywhere they looked, they saw evidence of the creative fusion that emerged when peoples met as equals rather than as conquerors and conquered. The sight filled Astrid with a deep sense of completion. The pattern that had begun with her mother's weaving, that had been shaped by her own journey from the Scottish Highlands to these distant shores, was now complete in its essential form. The threads of connection between peoples had been established. The techniques for maintaining and strengthening those connections had been developed and tested, and a new generation was growing up that would carry the pattern forward into an uncertain but hopeful future. But completion did not mean ending. As any weaver knew, finishing one pattern simply created the foundation for the next. The work of building understanding between peoples would continue for as long as humans walked the earth, each generation adding new threads to the great tapestry of intercultural cooperation. "It's time," Ravensong said quietly, and Astrid knew she was referring to the private ceremony they had planned for the end of the evening. Together, they made their way to the small shrine that had been built at the settlement's spiritual center, a space that honored both Norse and native traditions while creating something entirely new. The shrine was simple but profound, a circle of stones that incorporated both the standing stone traditions of the Norse and the medicine wheel concepts of the natives, with a central fire that burned continuously as a symbol of the eternal connections between all peoples. Here, the settlement's spiritual leaders gathered for the most important ceremonies, and here, Astrid would formally pass the role of primary bridge walker to her chosen successor. The ceremony itself was brief but moving. In the presence of representatives from both cultural traditions, Astrid placed the staff that She Who Walks Between had given her so many years ago into Raven Song's hands, symbolically transferring the responsibility for maintaining the spiritual connections that held their community together. "The pattern is yours now," she said, her voice carrying both the weight of responsibility and the joy of completion. "Weave it well, and teach others to do the same." Raven Song accepted the staff with the gravity appropriate to the moment, but her response was warm with affection and confidence. "The pattern belongs to all of us now," she replied. "It has grown beyond any single person's ability to control or direct. All we can do is tend it carefully and trust in its inherent strength." As the ceremony concluded and the participants began to disperse, Astrid remained by the fire, watching the flames dance in patterns that reminded her of her mother's loom, of the visions that had first called her to this distant shore, of all the threads of connection that had been woven together over the past 2 decades. She thought of the children sleeping in homes throughout the settlement, children whose dreams would be filled with possibilities their grandparents could never have imagined. She thought of the young people studying at the academy, preparing to carry the techniques of bridge walking to communities across the world. She thought of the networks of trade and communication that now connected peoples from the Arctic ice to the tropical islands, all of them strengthened by the understanding that cooperation was not just possible, but profitable. Most of all, she thought of her mother, the Highland weaver whose patterns had first shown her that all things were connected, that every thread had its place in the great design of existence. The pattern that had begun on a simple loom in a Scottish cottage had grown to encompass the world, creating connections between peoples who had never known of each other's existence, weaving together traditions and wisdom that made all of humanity richer and stronger. The weaver's daughter had become the weaver herself, and the tapestry she had helped create would continue to grow and evolve long after her own thread had been woven into its final pattern. The work was complete, but it was also eternal. Each generation would add new threads, new colors, new possibilities to the great design of human cooperation and understanding. As the fire burned low and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, Astrid smiled and made her way home through streets that hummed with the quiet contentment of a community at peace with itself and its place in the world. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new threads to be woven into the ever-growing pattern of intercultural cooperation. But tonight, it was enough to know that the work had been well begun, that the pattern was strong and beautiful, and that the future held possibilities as limitless as the imagination of those who would inherit the world she had helped to create. The weaving was complete, but the pattern would continue forever, growing more beautiful and complex with each passing generation, a testament to the power of understanding to triumph over fear, of cooperation to overcome conflict, of love to bridge any divide that might separate the peoples of the world. And in her dreams that night, Astrid saw her mother's loom once more, But now it was vast as the world itself, its threads stretching across oceans and continents, connecting every human heart to every other in an endless tapestry of hope, understanding, and infinite possibility. The pattern was complete, and it was perfect, and it would endure as long as there were people willing to choose connection over separation, understanding over fear, love over hatred. The weaver's daughter had come home at last, not to the highland cottage of her birth, but to the greater home that encompassed all the world's peoples, all connected by the golden threads of understanding that she had helped to weave. Hey guys, tonight we drift gently forward through the years like leaves on a peaceful stream, watching as the golden threads that Astrid helped weave continue to spread their light across the world. Time moves like a gentle tide here, carrying us from generation to generation, showing us how a single life's work can bloom into something that touches every corner of human experience. Close your eyes and let yourself float along this river of time, feeling the warm continuity of love and understanding that flows from past to future, connecting all the children of the world in patterns too beautiful for any single lifetime to contain. 50 years. After the morning sun streamed through the great windows of the Bridgewalkers Academy, illuminating a classroom where 20 young people from across the known world sat in a circle, their faces reflecting the diversity that had become commonplace in this corner of the earth. Among them sat Eric Bjornsson, great-grandson of the merchant who had helped establish the first settlement. His Norse features blended with the high cheekbones that spoke of native ancestry 3 generations back. Tell us about the founder, requested Ayana, a girl whose Inuit and Celtic heritage showed in her dark hair and sea-green eyes. It was a ritual request, asked by every new class of students, and one that never grew old in the telling. Master Ravensong, now elderly but still graceful, smiled as she always did when asked to share Astrid's story. But today, she gestured to the wall behind her, where a great tapestry hung, not woven of thread and wool, but of memories and light, created by the combined satyr and shamanic abilities of generations of bridgewalkers. Look, she said simply, and the tapestry began to glow with soft radiance. The students watched in wonder as scenes from Astrid's life played out in the shimmering threads. Her childhood in the Highland cottage, her training with Ingrid, her first meeting with Talking Bear, the establishment of the settlement, and finally her peaceful passing surrounded by children from a dozen different cultures, all of whom called her grandmother. She used to say that every person was a thread in the great weaving. Ravensong continued as the images faded, but she was wrong about one thing. She thought her thread would end when her life did. Instead, it became the foundation thread that all others are woven around. Every one of you carries part of her pattern forward. Young Eric raised his hand, his voice carrying the accent that had evolved in the settlement. Neither purely Norse nor native, but something entirely new. Master, is it true that there are now bridgewalkers on every continent? See for yourself, Ravensong replied, touching another section of the great tapestry. 100 years after, the scene shifted to show a bustling port city where the great river met the inland sea, hundreds of miles south of the original settlement. Here, Master Chen Wei Ming, whose ancestors had traveled from the distant eastern kingdoms, stood before a gathering of merchants, diplomats, and explorers from 20 different cultures. The principles remain the same whether you're mediating between Norse traders and Mayan astronomers, or helping Mongol horsemen understand Aztec agricultural techniques, he was saying. his words translated simultaneously into a dozen languages by his advanced students. Respect, patience, and the willingness to see the world through another's eyes. In the crowd, a young woman with the distinctive features of the southern island peoples nodded thoughtfully. She had come seeking training that would help her establish peaceful relations between her people and the Norse explorers who had recently reached their distant shores. The techniques developed in that first small settlement were now being used to prevent conflicts across the entire world. The tapestry shimmered again, showing similar scenes from across the globe. Bridge walkers helping establish trade relationships between African kingdoms and European merchants, mediating disputes between nomadic tribes and settled farmers, teaching the arts of cultural cooperation to anyone willing to learn. 200 years after time flowed forward like a gentle river, and the tapestry showed a world transformed. Where once there had been isolated peoples knowing nothing of each other's existence, now there were networks of trade, communication, and cultural exchange that spanned the globe. The techniques pioneered in Astrid's settlement had evolved and adapted to countless different situations, but the core principles remained unchanged. In a great library built where 3 continents met, scholars from every known culture worked together to preserve and share the accumulated wisdom of humanity. Norse sagas sat beside Mayan codices. Chinese philosophical texts were studied alongside African oral traditions, and new forms of knowledge emerged from the synthesis of different ways of understanding the world. Master Singing Wolf, a descendant of the original settlement whose features blended Norse, Native American, and Celtic heritage, stood before a gathering of the world's leaders. The old divisions between conqueror and conquered had largely disappeared, replaced by a complex web of relationships based on mutual benefit and respect. The founder's vision has become reality, she announced to the assembled delegates. War between peoples has not ended. Human nature remains what it is, but it is no longer the first resort. When conflicts arise, there are now established procedures for resolution, trained mediators who can help opposing sides find common ground. Oh, the tapestry showed the truth of her words, a world where cultural differences were celebrated rather than feared, where the meeting of peoples led to innovation and growth rather than destruction and domination. 300 years after, the scene shifted again, showing a world that Astrid could never have imagined but would have recognized in its essential spirit. Great cities rose where multiple cultures had blended into something entirely new, their architecture reflecting influences from across the globe. Ships that could cross oceans in days rather than months carried not just goods, but ideas, stories, and dreams between distant shores. In a garden that combined elements from every known tradition of landscape design, an ancient woman sat surrounded by children whose ancestry reflected the complete mixing of the world's peoples. She was telling them a story, the same story that had been passed down through countless generations, though it had grown and evolved with each telling. Long ago, she said in a voice that carried the music of a dozen different languages, there lived a weaver's daughter who learned that all things are connected, that every thread in the great tapestry of existence has its place and purpose. The children listened with the same wonder that children had always brought to stories, their faces reflecting the beautiful diversity that had become humanity's greatest strength. Among them were those who would become the next generation of bridge walkers, carrying forward the tradition of building understanding between peoples. 500 years. After the tapestry's glow intensified, showing a world that had achieved something unprecedented in human history. a global civilization based not on conquest and domination, but on cooperation and mutual respect. The techniques developed in a small settlement on the shores of a distant bay had evolved into sophisticated systems for managing cultural diversity, resolving conflicts, and fostering innovation through the creative synthesis of different traditions. In the great council chambers where representatives of all the world's peoples gathered to address common challenges, the walls were decorated with symbols from every culture, and the proceedings were conducted in a new language that had evolved from the mixing of all others, a tongue that belonged to no single people but to all humanity. The current keeper of the pattern, a title that had evolved from Astrid's original role as bridge walker, stood before a map that showed the entire world connected by threads of light. Trade routes, communication networks, and cultural exchanges that bound all peoples together in a web of mutual dependence and support. The founder's dream has been realized, she announced to the assembled delegates. Humanity has learned to see its diversity not as a source of conflict, but as its greatest treasure. We are no longer separate peoples sharing a world, but one people celebrating our beautiful variety. 1,000 years after the tapestry's final scene showed a future so distant that the very landscape had changed, yet the essential pattern remained the same. Humanity had spread to new worlds, carrying with them the lessons learned in that first small settlement. On distant planets under alien stars, the descendants of Earth's children built communities that honored both their shared heritage and their unique adaptations to new environments. In a crystal chamber that floated among the stars, beings who were recognizably human despite their adaptation to space gathered around a holographic display that showed the history of their species. At the center of the display was a small settlement on the shores of a blue world's distant bay, and the story of a weaver's daughter who had helped humanity learn its greatest lesson. "This is where it began," said the keeper of memory, her words transmitted directly to the minds of her audience. "This is where we learned that our differences make us stronger, that understanding is more powerful than conquest, that love can bridge any divide." The display showed the threads of connection that now bound not just the peoples of Earth, but the scattered children of humanity across the galaxy, all of them linked by the principles that Astrid had helped establish so long ago. The eternal pattern. As the visions in the tapestry faded, Master Ravensong looked around at her students, seeing in their young faces the continuation of the pattern that would never truly end. Each generation would face new challenges, encounter new peoples, discover new ways to build bridges of understanding. But the foundation had been laid, the techniques had been proven, and the vision had been established. "The founder's work is never finished," she told them gently. "Each of you will add new threads to the pattern, will help it grow and adapt to circumstances she could never have imagined. But you will not work alone. You carry with you the accumulated wisdom of all who came before, and you work toward a future that will benefit all who come after." Young Eric raised his hand again, his question carrying the weight of genuine curiosity. "Master, do you think she knew? When she was alive, did the founder understand how far her influence would spread?" Ravensong smiled, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of years spent studying the mysteries of time and connection. "I think she understood something even more important, that the size of the pattern doesn't matter as much as the love that goes into each individual thread." She focused on the work in front of her, on the people she could touch directly, on the understanding she could build in her own time and place. She gestured toward the great tapestry, which now showed not specific scenes but the overall pattern. an intricate weaving of light and color that seemed to pulse with its own life, growing and changing even as they watched. That's the real secret, she continued. The pattern grows not because anyone plans its ultimate shape, but because each person who contributes to it does so with love, with hope, with the faith that their small part matters. The founder wove her threads with such care, such dedication, such love, that they became the foundation for everything that followed. The students sat in contemplative silence, absorbing the magnitude of what they had seen and the responsibility they were inheriting. Outside the academy's windows, the sun was setting over a world that bore little resemblance to the one Astrid had known, yet was built entirely on the principles she had helped establish. In the distance, ships from a dozen different cultures rode at anchor in the harbor, their crews preparing for voyages that would carry goods, ideas, and dreams to every corner of the known world. Children played in streets where 100 different languages could be heard, their games incorporating elements from traditions that had once been separated by vast oceans and centuries of isolation. The pattern continued to grow, continued to evolve, continued to spread its beauty across the world and beyond. And at its heart, woven so deeply into the foundation that it could never be removed, was the thread of a Highland weaver's daughter who had learned that all things are connected, that every person has a place in the great design, and that love is the strongest thread of all. As night fell over the academy and the students made their way to their dormitories, the great tapestry continued to glow softly in the darkness, its light a beacon of hope for all who sought to build bridges rather than walls, to create understanding rather than division, to weave threads of connection rather than separation. The weaver's daughter slept peacefully in her eternal rest. But her work lived on in every act of kindness between strangers, every moment of understanding between different peoples, every choice to see connection rather than division in the beautiful diversity of human experience. The pattern was complete, yet it was also eternal, growing, changing, adapting, but never losing the essential beauty that came from threads woven with love, hope, and the unshakable faith that all people, everywhere, are part of the same magnificent design. And in the dreams of children across the world, the story continued to be told, passed from generation to generation like a precious gift, ensuring that the weaver's daughter's vision of a world united by understanding would never be forgotten, never be lost, never cease to inspire new threads of connection in the ever-growing tapestry of human love.